Hello, good morning, and welcome at KTJ Oval, Malaysia. This is a wonderful day to play cricket. ACC Men's Under 16 East Zone Cup, Malaysia 2025, and we've got the game ready over here today. It's Singapore versus Bhutan, 28 June 2025, Saturdays. And hope so that people they're loving the weekends early morning. You can clearly see that in the background, the clouds have been hovering over 29 Celsius here. I'll start with a humid. And before we are going to get live action, let's head down for the toss.
Singapore is home. Singapore flip. Bhutan will call. Hit. Singapore won the toss.
We'll back first.
Singapore won the toss and bat first.
There you go. Singapore versus Bhutan. The both teams they want to show their skills in a tremendous manner. Let's see that if Singapore and Bhutan will be showing a good quality cricket. As both teams they're new on the cricketing horizon. They should be depicting some beautiful skills of cricket as a bowler, as a batter, as an all-rounder. So the world are watching you. That's another opportunity for these 16 boys. And what we have got here in Combox is Mr. Robert along with me. Good morning, and how are you feeling?
Thanks, Ijaz, and hello and welcome to another glorious day at the KTJ Oval. Well, Singapore versus Bhutan. It's a huge game in Group A. Men's Under 16 East Zone Cup. ACC 2025. Go back to 2023 when the last time this tournament was hosted in Malaysia. Only 7 teams participating. And in the 2025 edition, we've got 10 teams in 2 groups, 5 in each group. This is, of course, a Group A fixture. All set to unfold. Singapore winning their last game. It was an exciting game against Japan. It was credit to Rian Nayak, skipper from Singapore, who single-handedly took them across the finish line. A brilliantly compiled innings. Bhutan, they've shown some good signs, good prospects for the future. And just about ready to get ball 1 underway. Well, what do you make of this contest, Ijaz?
Singapore has won the toss and elected to bat first. And if we look on to the points that Singapore has already got 4 points in 3 games, but Bhutan yet to taste the victory. So important game for them just to make something out of their pockets today. As it's getting sunshine in the center, though that bit of the clouds towards north side of this KTJ, but overall it's a good conditions here to play cricket. As umpire, he's in the center to stay play. So we've got a good quality of umpires who has been doing the job here in this contest. Here we go. The first ball to go and plays the call. Down the leg side, just been flicking away. Starting off with a single, so it's always good to get off the mark quickly.
It is indeed, and that'll calm any nerves. We've spoken about this, especially at the under 16 level. Doesn't matter how long you've played the game, when you walk out there and you're on 0, have a little bit of the butterflies in the tummy. Getting off the mark will just calm those butterflies, settle you in nicely. Okay, Dorji with the new ball, bowling left arm over the wicket.
So left armers all the time. They're beautiful to watch. And the big names at the cricket horizon. I see that if Bhutan can make something for this game today, because they require 2 points. Singapore has already played 3 games. If Bhutan loses here today, they will be out of the contest. This has been played down to the back foot point. A long chase for the fielders. They had made it because the force, the pace of the ball has been reduced. But it's a positive start. I can see that the ball is not doing that much. It's not swinging a lot.
Yep, absolutely. And well, had a look at both these batters, the openers from Singapore. They love the short stuff. They're very quick on the back foot. And well, Bhutan prefer to try and swing the ball, so they'll keep it slightly fuller.
He was slightly late on reacting on that delivery, wanting to cut that towards offside. But the ball has just gone through. So it indicates that maybe there is something that he is not sighting the ball well properly at this stage.
I think because of the lack of pace, I think he's better off coming onto the front foot rather than staying on the back foot.
Well, this time through to the point and back foot point goes for 4, boundary in the first over. And this is a positive start here for Singapore.
That's a good looking shot. Stayed on the back foot and just carved it backward of point. Picks himself up the first boundary. Ahan Wuthandam.
Normally we used to see that the teams scoring aggressively, they're using the power play properly. And so far, so good. 5 deliveries. That's up into the black hole, but slightly getting away. So first over done. It's 8 without wicket.
Bhutan, who took on Japan in the opening fixture, in their opening fixture, have played at this ground and they conceded 300 plus runs in that opening fixture. They'll want to better that performance. Want to try and pick up early wickets here. They've gone to spin. This is customary for them. We've seen them start with spin from one end, pace from the other. It's an impressive talent is Kinley. Sharing right arm off spin. It is Sunil Narayan to his looks.
Yes, you're right. And I remember that Deepak Patel from New Zealand back in 1992 that he started the spin bowling with a new ball. Playing it back to the bowler Rohan Austin on one and Ahan Baturadam. He's one of the non-strikers in. But Kinley, let's see that if he can get some break for his side, for his team. 8 runs already in the first over against the pace. He's keeping the ball towards offside. This is through towards offside again, trying to get some runs. And I think so. It really looks good that when your top order batters, they are getting positive runs. The intentions are pretty positive. The body language is positive too.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kinley Shering is one such bowler. He's very economical, taking you back to that first game, Ijaz. Most of the Bhutan bowlers went for runs. It was Kinley Shering who bowled very economically. against a very strong Japan batting lineup.
You see that? This is so easy, so comfortable that they are making runs on every corner.
Yeah, these Singaporean opening batters quite positive with their intent. They'll look to get Singapore off to a good start, having won the toss and choosing to bat first here. The wicket itself at the KTJ Oval is a brilliant cricket wicket. It's got enough for everybody.
That's another good one. 2 gone. It's 11 for naught. Sticking with a pace from the other end. Let's see that if he can bring the ball back. And yes, there you see that he's just been trying to bring the ball back. And good leave.
Well, Sanjay Dorji definitely has the ability to bring the ball back. We've seen that already in this tournament so far. So the Singaporean batters will just have to be a little watchful for that one that comes in. Already established they like the short stuff. They're not going to get too much of it. Not against this Bhutan bowling.
I think so that he's also trying to pitch the ball slightly bit more fuller, trying to get some swing there.
Yeah, I think it's a very simple bowling basics. If you want to try and swing the ball, you've got to allow it enough time to do so and give it enough time in the air, which is why it's suggested you go fuller and good basics from the young fast bowler from Bhutan.
Well, he's just making his bat straight up into the air. And nobody was there to face that ball off. A beautiful shot. That is a positive start.
Absolutely, and one of the safest places to hit a cricket ball on a cricket field is back down the ground. So we're inside the power play for the first 10, so just 2 fielders outside. Very good looking shot from the wicket-keeper batter, Rohan Austin Arun from Singapore.
Yeah, that was a good delivery. You have to keep the ball there because if you want to deceive the batter, sometimes you have to keep it like middle and off.
Yeah, and Sanjay Dorji shouldn't be too bothered by that previous shot that went for 4. He's looking to swing the ball, and occasionally you are going to overpitch. You're just looking for that one delivery to just nip back in, perhaps swing back in and go through bat pad.
That was a low full toss, hit away to its onside deep mid wicket. 4 runs, a juicy full toss.
Yeah, Bhutan will have to be a lot better than that. They can't give the Singapore batters freebies like that. There's almost a bit of baseball in there. Horizontal bat shot to put away that full toss. These batters very positive with their intent. They won't miss out on freebies like that.
Well, again, slight bit of back of length. The fielder was there, but I think so he has just not been able to grab that properly, and it has gone for 4.
Meanwhile, Sanjay Dorji is bowled well, but he's been conceding quite a bit of runs. 2 overs. He's bowled for 20. The score for Singapore, 23 without loss after 3.
He's getting with spin bowling. So that the way that he's just hiding the ball behind, it's quite interesting. I did remember that Paul Adams from South Africa, quite unique bowling action.
Geez, you're rolling back the years, Ijaz. But yes, Paul Adams was made famous for his action, left arm. You'd have to guess what he was bowling at that stage because for his first few games,
Yes.
people couldn't read what he was doing. He had a very unique release point. Coaches would tell you release in line with your ears, or if you're an off spinner, release slightly at 10 or 11 o'clock. But Paul Adams, he had a very unique action.
Yes, exactly. He's just been heading down towards his left side, whole of the body, and just been rolling his arm over the top. And exactly right. The batter didn't know that what he's going to deliver till it's been delivered to the batter. It's a simple tap towards offside. And I think so that here, Singapore cricket team batters, they're slowly but surely getting runs. It's 6.5 run rate.
They've managed to pick up runs mostly from the end where the fast bowlers are operating. Sanjay Dorji, they like pace on. Kinley Shearing continues to impress. Just the 4 runs in his second over here.
Good delivery towards offside. I have another story of selector that here in Pakistan we were sitting and the team was about to be selected for some of the local cup, and there was the name, and selector just cut the name off. That was towards offside because you know that what he did say, his name is not of like a cricket player. That's why I'm not selecting him. It was quite a funny time, but after that he did play for the long. 4 overs gone, 24 for naught. It's Singapore versus Bhutan. So, Robert, sometimes names of the players, they've been making an impact rather than the stories of hard working, that a player who is working hard and they can't be selected. So, it's all about luck.
Well, now I'm very interested to know who this player is, but we'll keep the suspense going. Uh, here is Sanjay Dorji to continue. Continues to bring the ball back in, but he's leaked quite a bit of runs, 20 to be precise. It's a good start for Singapore. The openers Ahan Wutandam and Rohan Austin Arun. Yeah, going back to your point, Ijaz, it's cricket's filled with stories like this. Hard-working players going up against some struggle. It is the hero's journey.
Two fielders couldn't stop it. The ball is racing to the fence of four. This is through to the two fielders, in fact. And what a beauty to approaching for 4 runs.
I just threaded the gap to perfection and aided by some pretty ordinary fielding. Both fielders tumbling over the ball. Bhutan will have to up their standards here if they want to try and beat sides like Singapore. Of course, Bhutan very early in their journey as a cricketing nation, but they're on the rise, they're on the ascendancy. And, one starts here at the under 16s.
Yes, journeys are really hard sometimes. That the players, they are really working hard. Here, even though that it's 29 with the 4.3 overs being gone through, so it's really a balanced start from Singapore. They have already done in a couple of games ago. They had good scores on the cards, so they've got a good, strong batting line.
Absolutely. They've got, well, their skipper. He's a brilliant talent. He's a wonderful batter, very versatile. Well, just going back to the batting lineup, just Singapore They had to rely heavily on their skipper, Rehan Nayak. It was a close game against Japan. Whoever's going to win those 2 points is going to get into second place. And for our viewers, top two teams in each group go on to play the semi-finals. So that game was critical to either of those teams' success. Singapore edging past Japan in that nail biter.
Yes, a close game. And such kind of attempts, like when a teams they are participating in playing nail biters, the close calls, that always give them the confidence that we can do it even in the tough times.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, the what you want to see is you want to see teams not just participating, you want to see them come to compete. And that's another good looking shot down the ground. He just holds the pose for the camera. And, well, Bhutan, again, we talked about, just very different to Singapore in terms of where they are in their cricketing journey. Fairly young side, but Bhutan has been heavily investing in grassroots development. We just know from social media that Bhutan hosted a level 3 coaching course where they had the great Sanat Jayasuriya in the mix. And what an opportunity for a country like Bhutan to get to learn from the game's greats.
Yes, exactly.
Meanwhile,
Sanad, really a big name,
Singapore, on
I
the other
must say.
hand, they are also in a phase of restructuring, and well, had some changes made to their senior side in a tournament that they competed in not too long ago. They went with all youngsters, just a couple of seniors. Manpreet Singh, who's an excellent leader of the team and a mentor to the young boys. They had a good showing for themselves in that tournament. And here they are once again displaying. They might be a small nation in terms of size, but they are ready to compete. So, two teams on very different journeys, both searching for success, whatever that looks like to either of these teams. Of course, the results go a long way in ensuring that the team continues or the nation continues. It all starts at the grassroots level. So credit to the ACC, the Asian Cricket Council, for hosting these events, in particular for these age groups, because what a stage. Speaking of stages, Malaysia, who've been fantastic in hosting these tournaments, providing live coverage and exposure for these youngsters. ACC Men's Under 16 East Zone Cup of 2025, 50 overs. As Kinley Shering continues to impress, he's been so economical with his bowling. Fortunately, he hasn't had any support from the other end, not for lack of trying from Dorji, but who's leaked a lot of runs. These two batters, Bhutandam and Austin, happy to just play out Kinley Shering. Very impressed with the youngster and the discipline with which he's bowling. Accuracy is top notch. Just slightly back of a length. There is protection down at long on. Just the one run off the over. Another good one from Kinley Shering. That ends the sixth with the score on 35 without loss for Singapore. Like we'll see a change in bowling from the other end. And where Georgie was bowling from, it's going to be Jigme. Can he give some support and build up some pressure here? At the moment, that's Bhutan have not been able to do that. They've leaked runs from one end, sharing 3 overs, just the 5 runs from the other. So start off with one. And has it hit the helmet? This is going to be interesting. This is going to be very interesting. Oh, it's going to have to be a penalty 5. Yes, that's the signal from the umpire. Wondering why. It's going to be a 6. Beg your pardon. It is going to be 6 runs for Singapore, 1 for the wide, and the 5 penalties for the ball hitting the helmet that is kept behind the keeper. The back half of your screens. The ball cannot touch any equipment that is not in use. On clipped off the toes by Rohan Austin. That's driven beautifully. A good half stop. It was hit very well off the middle of the bat. If you're wondering why those 5 penalty runs do not go to Jigme Rangdrell's account, that's because it's penalty runs and the bowler cannot be penalized for that. So it goes in the team's account. Much better delivery from Jigme. Bhutan got some good medium pace bowlers. Singapore, on the other hand, they like pace on the ball. So perhaps it might be a good idea to go to spin earlier. It's wide on the offside this time for Jigme. Needs to settle into a line and length and keep probing away at it. In this first over, so it'll take him just a bit of time. We'll talk about lessons that these youngsters will learn in the exposure that they get at the ACC Men's Under 16 East Zone Cup 2025. You see the stronger teams, they are right on it from ball 1. There's no warm-up deliveries, there's no looseners. Of the likes of Nepal in particular, they are very strong defending champions of this tournament. Beat the home side Malaysia in 2023 in the grand final by a whopping 221 runs. Malaysia, however, in Group B, we have another game that's happening at the STC Oval. So if you want to catch that, you can hop on over to the Asian Cricket Council's YouTube page to catch all the live action. Meanwhile, at the KTJ Oval, cut away is protection. It's a favored region for Wutandam. Nice to just guide the ball down to third. He picked up a couple of boundaries already in that region. Bhutan have since then put a fielder on that boundary. Good comeback here from Jigme, finishes off with a good delivery to close out the 7th over. Singapore, meanwhile, a risk-free start for them, 45 without loss after 7. Meanwhile, Kinley Shering continues to be economical from one end. Well, that's flighted, hit down the ground. Has he got hold of it? Yes, he has. First half a dozen picked up by Bhutan. Beautiful looking shot. He's moved himself along to 21 of 23. Shering searching for a wicket, flighted that one a bit too full. And then obliging with a hit, good looking hit down the ground. That was the first 6. With that 6, they bring up the 50 for Singapore. Watchful after that 6, there was another pitched up delivery, choosing to just keep it along the ground. Away into the leg side. This is smart batting from the opening pair of Singapore. The run rate is going along nicely. And they've now started to score off Kinley, which has still got pretty good figures into his 4th over, conceded just 12 runs. Talking about the batting partnership, Kinley, on the other hand, has not been able to get any support from the other end. In the longer format, the 50 over format, you need to be able to build up and sustain pressure from both ends. Talk about bowling partnerships. This one's a bit short. Long hop, but couldn't put it away, resulting in a dot ball. He's bowled quite a few of those, has Kinley Shering. Going back to the bowling partnerships, when you can bowl good tight overs from both ends, pressure is a very funny thing. It does create a bit. And that is up in the air. Fielder getting under it, holds on to it. Oh, they almost had a collision. And a good catch pouched in the end. Bring the first wicket for Bhutan and Kinley Shering. Is that of Rohan Austin, the wicketkeeper batter. He will play no further part in the batting innings. But it's a good start that they've given. Singapore 52 for 1 as Rohan Austin departs. Bhutan, well, they're going to have to make a couple more inroads into this batting lineup. Interesting to see who walks in at number 3. Oh, just clipped off his hips there. Gets off the mark in fine style with a boundary. So he's wasting no time. The new batter for Singapore helps that along its way. It was already angling in towards the zip. All he had to do is a quick swivel and just guide that ball into that backward square region. So Jigme starting his second over with a boundary. And Bhutandam continuing where he left off in the previous over. Pranad Ishan, the new batter who's at the non-striker's end. Once again, dropped short. Did say Singaporean batters like the short ball and they will not shy away from the challenge, but they will have to deal with the lack of pace from the Bhutan bowlers. It was hit in front of mid wicket. So he's seeing the ball nicely is Bhutandam. Picks up a couple of runs as well. This time through the offside. And that third won't cut it off. Back to back. I beg your pardon. 2 boundaries in the over already. Bhutandam is racing along. It's a good start here for Singapore after they won the toss and chose to bat first. Previous in this over, there was one that was short and into the pads, the hip region, that was pulled away for 4. This one is short and wide on the offside, cut away for 4. So the short of length deliveries not working. Bhutan will have to be fuller. For 1. One delivery to go in the 9th over. Singapore have started well here. Oh, it's the under edge. Third is really wide, but he'll run around and cut it off. And it closes out the 9th. Singapore pick up a couple. 64 for 1. Kinley Shearing, well, he will continue. Picked up 1 wicket. He's hoping to pick up another here. Finds the outside edge. No slip in place. Bhutan are hunting for wickets. They've got to have fielders in the right positions. At the moment, it's a very defensive field. To a Kinley Shearing who's bowling really well. Yes, he went for a 6, but despite that, he's into his 5th over, 1 for 12. You've got to give him a slip. Perhaps even a catching cover. Put a little bit of pressure on these batters. Pranad Ishan, the newer of the 2 batters, put a couple of fielders around the bat, make him feel that he can't miss-hit any of these deliveries from Kinley Shearing, and perhaps induce a false stroke. But at the moment, Nobody around the bat. Pranadishan very happy to just see that through into the keeper's gloves. Not much turn from Kinley Shering, but he's bowling an immaculate line and length. That's keeping the Singaporean batters quiet from this end, but they're doing all their scoring from the other end. That's a full toss. It'll allow Pranadishan to get off the mark. Good effort in the field. Saved a couple of runs. Bit off the back foot. Dot ball wraps up the 10th. 66 for 1. Another tight over from Kinley Shering. Induced the outside edge, but there was no slip in place. Bhutan will have to come up with a slightly more aggressive way of trying to pick up wickets. At the moment, they're looking to keep things quiet, which has not worked for them. Bhutandam, 34 of 31, has gotten Singapore off to a very good start. 6.6 at the run rate. 66 for 1 after 10. That closes out the batting power play. We'll have regulation overs now. And more spin. 4 fielders on the boundary. While we have a change in bowling, we'll have a change in the commentary box. Ijaz coming back.
Thank you very much. In the meantime, that Singapore cricket team, they have done a good job. 66 in 10 overs, which is really a class act. 6.5 runs per over, just losing a wicket. Really an ideal start here for Singapore, as Ahan is on 35. He has played most number of deliveries and scored runs. And Baran Hassan is just making his way in the center. He has just faced an over. Pitching it towards offside, making it a little bit easy for the batter here. It's a no ball, I think, that umpire has. No, he's just stopping it. Someone is there, which is distracting the batter. So that's why he's just signaling to settle down. Well, here on the surface, I think so that earlier on when the pace bowlers, they were bowling maybe hint of in-swing that may produce some wickets, but here it's really easy for the batters to bat on this surface. It's clearly there is no indication of spin. That this is really a wideish sort of 22 yards, which may gives you a bit of the spin. But, so far with the new ball, it's not that much helpful for the bowlers. Sometimes the pacers are also been officiating their duties, but only one wicket in 10 overs. I think so that Singapore has just kept their traditions of good batting. They're batting sensibly. Yes and no was the call. Bit of hesitation, but overall, it's a good finish to get the single. But 11 done, 68 for 1. Singapore cricket team, they have played 3 games. The first one was the beauty against Nepal cricket team, and they scored 138, lost that with a margin of 6 wickets against Nepal. And the second game against Indonesia, when they got Indonesia, won the game by a margin of 9 wickets. Delivery just making it happen in front of them. And Singapore played against Japan. 165 was the target, and they won the game by 3 wickets. So they have got 2 points out of 3 games. They lost 2. The deliveries, just keeping it in stumps. I think so that you have to keep a bit of the variations, because if you are delivering with one pace, like just keeping like 80 k's, and you're pitching all of those 6 deliveries in front of the batter, the batter may understand you. See that? If a slight bit of more pace and the batter has been deceived. So you have to keep those variations. Reduce the pace and a couple of deliveries, that slight bit of more quick through the air. So you're not being predictable. You have to be unpredictable in front of the batter. Edged away, the slip was not there, the short third man was placed. But these are some sort of things. No, that's a bye. It was not off the bat. Just swinging that bat towards offside, thought that maybe an edge was there. But umpire has just confirmed that these were the bye runs. Run rate, quite good enough. So easy for Singapore batters that they are batting in the center. San and Ahan, they will surely keep a good partnership if you can bowl them such kind of deliveries towards offside, juicy full tosses. Kinley. So slight bit more quicker, but what he has done wrong here, that was slight bit more over doing it, because he has just been making it back up line, too much time given to the batter to see the ball off. 12 gone, 73 for 1. Spinners continuing. There is no one in the catching positions, which shows that Bhutan skipper has already thought that there is no spin, so he's just saving runs. So that we did see that there is no one here on the catching position, so the batters are finding it really easy to rotate. And deliveries like this will give opponent to bat through the whole day, because these are so easy, gentle deliveries that these bowlers like Sonam is bowling in his second over, 4 runs already. See that this is so comfortable. These Singapore batters, they are wonderfully doing it, like keeping live the 6 runs per over, which is really a good indication to touch that 300 runs after 50 overs. And they can afford to play some dot deliveries like this, because if you're getting like 4 or 5 runs by running between the wickets, then you can afford to get a dot delivery as well. And that has been compensated like this, pitching it down the leg side and wide caught. Well, after making a dot delivery, such kind of efforts are really, worried sign that you're just keeping the ball really tight, and in the very next moment, you have just given away easy runs to the opponent team. Good one to go towards offside. KTJ Oval. It's really a beautiful ground located at village Jaffa in Menton. It's a beautiful venue. Slight bit of misfield, resulting that Singapore batters can rotate. In the meantime, it's 13 overs gone, 80 for 1. Good partnership they're trying to build up here at KTJ Oval. It was upgraded by 5 new turf pitches. MCA Women's Interstate Championship and under 19 ICC Women's World Cup warm-up matches. Wonderful time for this beautiful venue to have international players. Spin to make an impact, but let's see that if they can make an impact, because 9 wickets still in hand. I think here that if batters will be making mistakes, then they will be throwing their wickets away. Otherwise, it's look really hard for these spinners that can go through the defenses, can get some 2 or 3 quick wickets of Singapore. Yes, keep the ball there. Make the batter to think twice before hitting you. Sometimes slightly more tossed up deliveries, quick through the air, fingers, everything can be utilized here to spin the ball, to judge it. Because it's a time to see the footwork of the batter. If you're a bowler, you have to see the footwork. If the front foot was coming quite early, you may be making a bit of a Yorkland delivery, so maybe more with the pace. See that? He's on the back foot. The delivery was also back up length. So these batters, they are playing up to the merit. Good one. Bat on here in such a way that you have been very confident. I think so that they are making good runs. So easy, so comfortable. They're not taking any risk, because if you play with the risky shots, they may go up into the sky. We have already seen the first wicket. That ball went too high because the batter, he was a slight bit early in his shot. That's why that ball went towards offside. Otherwise, if he would have played on the carpet, like driven shot, he would have got a couple of runs there. Yes, that's good. Wait till the ball has crossed the fielder. Otherwise, there may be a chance that you will be run out. Dot delivery to finish the 14th over, 82 for 1. Well, these are a sort of replicas. You can say that like 1 over after 1 is just indicating that these are the replays have the previous over because these batters, they are going in the same footsteps and the bowlers on him. He's also pitching that on the same areas, on the same lines. A slight bit of rain has started here. A few drops coming down. But those are not that threatening that umpires are not taking care, because sometimes small drops may not harm cricket. But when there is cats and dogs raining like that, you may be a bit worried. But in the background, the covers, the ground staff, so I just started gathering the covers just to protect that 22 yard if the rain will be lifted up. In the meantime, it's 14.4 overs, 85 with a loss of 1 wicket. Sometimes rain may change the momentum because the nature of the pitch may be getting slightly changed under the covers. Driven through to easily looking to get another single to finish the 15th over. We've been coming through like 15 gone, 87 for 1.
So 15 overs have been bowled. And another steady partnership between Pranad Ishan and the opener Ahan Utandam. Bills for Singapore. There's a slight bit of drizzle falling at the moment. Singapore would not want that. Bhutan will be happy to leave the field. It'll give them some time to reassess and plan a little better. Still surprised Kindeshering does not have a slip. He's already found the edge a couple of times. He's been their most economical bowler and he's created chances. Bhutan will have to go back to the drawing board and recognize that Kindeshering needs to have attacking fielders in place. Can't have it after the opportunity has passed. It creates quite a few. And it'll remove that shot from the batter's minds, trying to just dab it down to third. We've seen Utandam do that with great success in this innings already. But it's a risky shot against the spin of Kindeshering. Comfortably off the back foot, straight down to long off for a single. Take a look at that for bowling figures in an innings where Singapore scored 89 into the 16th over. Kindeshering 1 for 22, and he's into his 8th over. Started with the new ball in the second. And, well, they've got a catching cover in place, which is good. Now they just need a slip for when he does find the edge. He's already found it twice, but no slip means no possibility of taking that catch. This time goes short, and it's a drop chance. Well, Kindeshering not supported by his fielders. He continues to toil away. Bowled 8 overs, 1 for 23. He's only got 2 overs left in the kitty. Should have had 2, but 16 overs gone, 90 for 1. After Singapore won the toss and chose to bat here at the KTJ Oval. We had a little bit of a drizzle, which appears to have stopped. So the umpires and Singapore will be quite happy with that. On-field umpires for the day, Mr. Sanjay from Nepal and Mr. Fahmi from Malaysia. Match referee, Mr. Rakesh, also from Malaysia. That's hit down the ground. Nice juicy full toss. Placed between long on and long off. They're thinking about two, deciding against it. Sonam Wangchuk, 3 overs into his fourth now. 15 runs conceded. He just needs to follow the blueprint that Kinley Shering has laid out for all the spinners. Very similar in terms of holding right arm off spin. Very different in terms of accuracy and discipline. That's hit away into the leg side. And, well, goes away for another boundary. Ahan Vutandam works his way to 47. He's been good so far. Capitalize on anything loose. Has not missed an opportunity to score runs. When it's short, he's pulled. When it's full, he's driven. And more often than not, when it's a full toss, he's managed to put it away for a boundary. He's got himself to 47 or 49. High 90s, his strike rate. Always good as a top, as an opener. Just strolls through for that single. Field that long off, making him run the yards. Because you're not going to coast on this arm. Good stuff. Well, Pranath Ishan has quietly worked himself to 16 of 28. That's allowed Ahan Vutandam to bat freely from the other end because Pranath Ishan has been giving him the strike back and he's just holding up the bowler. A little bit of movement behind the arm. Should be the end of the 17th. It is 97 for 1. Good start for Singapore. Kinley Shering will be bowling his penultimate over of the day. He's into his ninth. Still no slip. It's a bit amusing. Have a catching cover in place. As for these next 11 deliveries, you've got to give your best bowler the opportunity in the field he needs to pick up a wicket. He's bowled very economically, 1 for 23 into his ninth. Quick single taken. Vutandam wants the strike. He wants to get to that personal milestone. We'll see a few more aggressive shots from Vutandam once he gets there. He needs 2 more. That's a cutaway. It's in the gap. They're coming back for 2. And it's a well-compiled half-century for Ahan Vutandam. Raises his bat to the subdued celebration. Want to go on and make a big score here. 100 comes up as well for Singapore midway through the 18th over. Top knock here from the opener of Singapore. Plays that cautiously off the back foot. He'll know that Kinley Shering doesn't have too many overs left. In fact, just the 1.2. This is quite a variation there. Gone too far across on the offside. A rare loose delivery from Kinley Shering. He's getting desperate here. He wants to pick up another wicket. Should have had at least 2 for 27, but at the moment, just one. Oh, flighted, use of the feet, down the ground. Nadishan carves this to the sweeper on the offside. It's the end of the 18th, 103 for 1. Nadishan on strike. Use of the feet. And, well, this partnership quite happy to just nudge the ball around for singles. Haven't had to take any risks per se. So Bhutan have given them quite a few loose deliveries. This occasion, use of the feet again, and well, fortunately for Bhutandam, it was in the gap, and too much for the fielder at long on to do. Picks up another boundary. I think we'll see Bhutandam shift gears now that he's gotten to his 50. Run a ball 55 for him. Has the license to start accelerating. Singapore in a very strong position after they won the toss and chose to bat. Good first 18 or so overs for them. Bhutan bowlers haven't been able to trouble the Singapore batters. All except one, Kinley Shering, who's only got 1 over left, bowling from the other end. Much better delivery from Sonam Wangchuk. Apart from Kinley Shering, the other bowlers have struggled to stay consistent with a line and length that requires the batters to try and play a few more shots, which is why Kinley Shering has got a brilliant economy rate. Use the feet. Good batting from these two. Second, they see flight on the ball, not afraid to use their feet, get to the pitch of it. That's because there's not much turn that they've got to worry about. Another flighted delivery, hit down the ground, bisects those two fielders to perfection. Second boundary of the over for Bhutandam. Converts this into a full toss, goes straight, and picks the gap to perfection. Surely, in his last over, Kinley Shering deserves a slip. He's bowled brilliantly. Well, thoroughly impressed by the young man's maturity to stick with the line length. It's troubling for the batters. Still no slip. And they've gone up. It's a half-hearted appeal from the wicketkeeper and bowler. And that was very close to the outside edge. Well, plead with anybody to get a slip in for KTJ Oval for the final 5 deliveries. Even if they go for 5 sixes, it does not matter. Highly doubt they will. He's bowling and he's prodded away at that line and length, that fourth stump. Take a look at that, 1 for 29. Pranadishan doing the sensible thing here, just blocking out these final few deliveries from KTJ Oval. Going to be interesting to see what Bhutan does once KTJ Oval is done with his allotted 10. Off the back foot, interested in a single, deciding against it. It's a good over rate this from Bhutan. Another dot ball. Singapore will know that after this over, KTJ Oval will be done for the day. And what a brilliant spell of bowling from KTJ Oval. 10 overs, 1 for 29. 20 overs have been bowled after Singapore won the toss and decided to bat. They've gotten themselves to a very strong position on 114 for just the 1 wicket. Drinks will be had. And we'll take a short break here in the com box and see you on the other side of the drinks break.
$114 with the loss of 1 wicket. And so far, so good. That Singapore is just making their way quite comfortably. I think so that run rate is another plus for them. It's overcast conditions here. Pretty dark up into the sky. It's really good for San and Ahan that they are making their partnership in the center. Spin to continue. Kunde has finished 10 overs with a wicket in his pocket. Singapore has already had a good tournament, like winning one game. If they will win it today, they will be in a comfort zone. Just slightly on the back of length, trying to get some gaps to its own side, but not been able to. Singapore, I remember that they were the founding members of Asian Cricket Council back in 1983 when it was created or founded. Singapore Cricket Club was established back in 1837. So they've got a rich history. Colonial period, Singapore played regular fixtures against other like British colonies in Asia, beginning late 90s. But in the modern days of cricket, the first recorded game in Singapore was in 1837. That was also way back. No, that's not hitting in line. He did appeal, but that was clearly impacting down the leg side. But in the recent times, like ICC memberships, they're also trying to develop that. An associate member of ICC in 1974. Well, he's appealing, but the ball is clearly pitching down the leg side. It was not in line. Singapore has also played India at home. The match ending in draw. First ICC trophy in England in 1979, but couldn't finish fourth in their first round game. That was another good delivery, but extremely well played too. They're bowling quickly. One gone, 116 for one. Singapore and Malaysia, they've got pretty decent cricketing ties. I remember that Singapore began playing in the Jaffer Cup, in fact, in 1991 in an annual tournament against Malaysia. Down the wicket. Just been trying to get some gaps towards offside. First run was taken quickly. Running between the wickets is good. Really good, impressive. They're really confident. In that event of Tunaku Jaffer Cup in 1999, it was Hong Kong and Thailand also participated. That is up into the hands, trying to drive through the covers. Could only find the fielder on the way. The second wicket has been gone at 118 runs. The first one was at 52. So good partnerships, the Singapore batters they were making, but that was a delivery when they have got the breakthrough. Bit of jubilation there, but he was batting well. Son, it's 118 with a loss of 2. It's always good to have wickets. It's a bowler. Sonam for his first wicket in 6th over. Consistency is the key. I think that the platform has been set here. And there shouldn't be any sort of big problem for the new coming batters on the surface because this pitch is evenly paved. It has got a good bounce. A batter may trust on the surface to play towards onside, maybe towards covers. See that? This is so comfortable. Here on the surface, if a batter is making a mistake, then he will lose his wicket. Otherwise, it's really hard for the bowler to get the breakthrough. Ryan Naik, the new batter. See that? Back foot, spin is bowling. And the quick run. Quick run. The throw was not accurate enough. The batters has already put pressure on the fielder. So he was just coming on the ball quickly, trying to throw the ball back to the bowler. But he couldn't do so as the throw was above the head. Scores are good. 122 with a loss of 2. Well, that is inside out towards extra cover. Wait and see. This is sailed through nicely. Umpire just confirming if either it's a 4 or a 6. But umpire has confirmed it's a boundary. So wicket hasn't made any sort of impact on the clock. It's 126 with a loss of 2 after 22. So we were discussing that cricketing ties, that what Singapore has played at Malaysia since long. Gently working it away to its own side. Nagia Trophy, an annual 3-match series of one-day matches against Malaysia, began the following year, back in 1991 in fact. Singapore played in the first ACC trophy in 1996, beating Maldives and Thailand. But they couldn't cross that first round at that time. They had a good game against Papua New Guinea at that time, winning that in 1998 in the ACC trophy. Starting in the back of length deliveries, and there you go. It's over the top for a flat 6. Beauty. This is beautiful batting. Confident. Look at that. Slightly getting away from that line, clearing that spot and making the effort like this. Beautiful hit. 6 runs. And if we talk that Singapore has taken off exactly in 2006, oh, that was lucky. That didn't hit from the middle of the bat. Otherwise, this would have been another mighty 6. It's a wide delivery though. 2006 was the year when Singapore has taken off quite properly. That year they finished 3rd in the ACC Premier League and finally passed the first round stage in the ACC Trophy. They placed number 5 to qualify for the Division 5 of the World Cricket League in 2008. But Singapore cricket has really improved over the passage of time. Singapore has also hosted a number of events at their home soil. Good delivery, well played. That pitch in line. Very last moment, the bat was on the way by Ahan. In 2009 August, Singapore hosted and won that Division 6 of the World Cricket League, going through the tournament undefeated and winning the promotion of back to Division 5. This is played down the track, straight down the hill. Long chase, but in vain. 4 runs. This is good going for Singapore. Look at that. Just tossed it up, used the feet perfectly, approaching to the pitch of the ball, and there's the result on your monitors that they have earned a boundary. And with this, 23 overs gone, 141 for 2. Well, that's again straight down the hill. The man is there, comes underneath it, in the wicket number 3. That was really a good catch. He has covered a good ground, coming underneath of the ball quite properly. They're taking the catch. And all the times the coaches, they used to say that catches wins you matches. See that it was slightly away from the body when he did play that shot. So that's why there was no force behind. Did get elevation but couldn't get up the distance. Just lost its wicket. It's 141 for 3. And the big prize wicket there. Alvin walking in. Well, Ahan Utandam and Rayan Naik just got out. That was a good partnership. They were looking good. But Alvin has just joined Ahan. He's batting well, and he should be looking to get those 3 figures in terms of also getting a good target on the cards. Getting wickets all the time. It's a positive confidence. Must be gaining confidence now. Sonam. I think these kind of deliveries are really good enough. But if you increase your pace, because that was slightly back of length, and the batter, he had a long way to see that ball off. If there will be a slight bit more quicker, the batter would be thinking it really hard to play, because he will be given a lesser number of time to play that shot or react on that shot. Good one. They will have to keep the pressure on the Singapore, because they've got a good healthy runs. Run rate also touching 6. I think so. They have maintained that since start. Courtesy of such kind of activities, that when boundaries are really hard to come, they've been rotating it. It's 143 for 3, 24 overs. Good one. And that is the way that how that he's coming on his run up. I think so that leg break just slightly getting quicker. The way that he's bowling, Shazing Dawa. No, that's not a fair one to deliver because this will happen if you bowl the low full tosses. Easy for the batters who are already picking that bowlers. And look at that low full toss, just tipping in front of the batter, and he has got enough time in the ball to see that ball off rapidly, quickly. Getting boundary. Again, this is so easy. Look at that. He's just using his feet well. And every time he's connecting the ball because a good genuine bowler, like if you're a spinner, if you're a pacer, if you're making the batter think twice to hit you, then you're a good quality bowler. If you're changing your variations, good one. So you have to leave a question mark in the batter's mind that what is coming next. Don't be predictable. Well, again, he has given enough time to play that ball. Well, he's got a slight bit of long run up. Dawa. He comes in quite quickly, but when he's going to deliver, I think that since now in these 5 deliveries, there was only the first one delivery was slight bit of more quick, and he is tossing it up. Look at that again. He has tossed it up. Lucky enough that the batter hasn't left it, otherwise would have been a wide. But in the meantime, it has crosses the fence for 4, and also that Singapore has achieved 150 runs mark. The team effort, and look at that. This has been played down to the fine leg boundary. The long leg was there, but that was perfectly placed, and it's 25 overs gone, 153 for 3, and now Mr. Roberts will be joining you.
Thanks, Ijaz. And well, halfway stage of the first innings. Very strong position for Singapore. They can go hard quite early in this first innings. They've gotten to 153 for 3 after 25. We've got another 25 overs to go. It's setting up to be a very formidable total already. Bhutandam been there since the start. After Singapore won the toss, chose to bat. He's scored at a very brisk rate, 78 of 70 for him. Alvin Thomas pulls that one away. Beg your pardon, that is Bhutandam. Pulls that one away. Sonam Wangchuk picking up a couple of wickets. Slightly on the expensive side, but Bhutan won't mind that as long as he can keep picking wickets. That's flighted, hit down the ground. Long on will cut it off, keep it down to just a single. Bhutan, they've created opportunities, they've spilt a few catches. And, it's allowed Singapore to capitalize, get themselves into very strong position. Just past the halfway stage here. And going on the defensive, No fielders catching, trying to pick up wickets here. If they decide to continue with this plan or this strategy, Singapore will just milk the singles, wait for the loose deliveries. Going quite well in terms of run rate. That's because Ahan Butandam has opened the innings and seen himself to 80 of 72. He's still out there in the middle. And, just at the bottom center of your screens, that run rate always been around the 6 per over mark. They've only lost 3 wickets in the process. So 7 wickets in hand for Singapore. Rian Naik, last of the Singaporean batters to be dismissed. Had a brilliant knock against Japan. He's back in the dugout. So Bhutan have effectively dismissed Singapore's most dangerous batter. But at the moment, Bhutandam is working his way with boundaries closer to that magical triple-digit score. He moves along to 84 at the moment. He's looking to put away anything that is short or too full. He's done that well throughout this innings. Peldon gets greeted with a first ball boundary. Another short delivery. Just wiping his hands there is young Peldon. Perhaps indicating a bit of sweaty palms. Young man, you've got to dry them off before you bowl your first delivery. Much better in terms of length from Peldon. Played into the gap. There's no sweeper on the offside. And another boundary for Bhutandam. Bhutan will have to get their field placements right here, at least for the spinners. Peldon, who started off with the first couple really short, needs to get it up there. Once again, that's hit back towards the non-striker. Did well there to jump over it. Did Alvin Thomas. Bhutandam is seeing the ball like a football. Once again, dropping it short. Pick up a single. Bhutan have turned to several of their options. Most effective being Sonam Wangchuk. This one down the pads. It's got some bat on it. Will it race away to the boundary? Yes, it will. And another one in the over for Bhutandam. Bhutan leaking runs here in the 27th. Peldon just hasn't been able to settle in into a rhythm. Most of the 5 deliveries he's bowled so far have been really short in length. This is much better, and immediately some purchase. That ends the 27th over. 172 for 3 with Bhutandam into the nervous 90s. But he's looked very good since ball 1. Alvin Thomas will be on strike. And Sonam Wangchuk will continue. He's picked up 2 of the 3 wickets so far for Bhutan. He's going to have to re-bowl that one. It's too far on the offside. Well, that's a full toss. Didn't quite get hold of it. Brings Ahan Bhutandam on strike. Good delivery from Sonamangchuk. Not able to stop it off his own bowling. 2 for 50. That 2 for 51 from 8.2 overs. Sonamangchuk. Good delivery this. Elvin Thomas right behind that one. He's gone towards long on. Fielder getting under it, and the catching has been good from Bhutan, and it continues as Elvin Thomas looking to attack has perished. Good catch in the outfield. Sonam Wangchuk striking again for the 3rd time. Put himself nicely under that one. Good stuff here from Bhutan. They're finding and fighting their way back into this game. 4 down with a score on 175. Swarit works out to join Bhutandam. Off for Singapore. Spoke about the captain's knock and heroics from Rayan Nayak in that game against Japan. Today it's been Ahan Bhutandam at the top of the order for Singapore. And, meanwhile, held in with that catch down at long on. For Singapore, the positive thing is that runs are coming off multiple bats. So that's always a good sign heading into the knockout phase of this tournament, where the top 2 teams from each group will play the semis. That's a cut uppishly from Swarit. Doesn't quite have the legs to get to the boundary, but they will pick up a couple. They should pick up a couple, and they do. Cut uppishly. So Sonam Wangchuk continues to pick up wickets here. It's been on the expensive side of things, but that won't matter. As long as he can keep picking up wickets, he's got just 1 over after this. Swarit and Bhutandam will do well to just see him off. It's 28 overs gone. it's time for a change in the bowling. Be back to some medium pace with Jump Show coming into the attack, putting right arm over the wicket. Starts with one down the legs. It's the good old arms not warmed up yet reaction from the youngster. After bowling an extra, get another go at it. Much better delivery on the offside this time. Utandam looking at the umpire. I was inside the tram lines. The umpiring has been brilliant throughout this tournament. Utandam being made to wait. He's one hit away from what will be a brilliant knock. Just needs to be a little careful here. Cut away, backward of point. It's running away. He moves to 98 with that boundary. He's utilized that gap quite well throughout this innings. Anything that's got a bit of pace on it, and wide of the stumps, he's carved away backward of point and more often than not picked up a boundary as he did on that occasion. So good batting from Bhutandam. Tenzin once again, just a single, he says to Swarit Thakur. Moves along to 99. Singapore have done well here since the start of this innings. The first wicket falling on 52, then another 50-run partnership for the second wicket, as that fell on 118. Then wickets 3 and 4. Wicket number 3 falling on 141. And most recently, Elvin Thomas Verghese falling on score of 175. Well, Swarit Thakur has decided he's going to try and take on Tenzin, who wraps up the over. 29 overs have been bowled, 183 for 4. Well, if you're just joining us, Singapore won the toss earlier this morning. They chose to bat, got themselves a very strong position, largely due to Ahan Bhutandam. All eyes will be on him. He's on strike now, 1 run away. Used 7 bowlers so far. It's on the front foot, solid behind that one. Oh, 99 for Ahan Bhutandam, facing Sonam Wangchuk, who is the pick of the bowlers. 3 wickets for him. So Bhutan having to negotiate a fair few things here. He's in his last over. Well, he's juggling a few things here. He doesn't want to give Sonam Wangchuk another wicket. So going defensive. That's why they call it the nervous 90s. Tucks that into the leg side. Calls for a single. Turned down by Swarit Thakur. Good fielding there from Kinley at mid wicket. Not allowing that single. Can Bhutan build a little bit of pressure here for the final two deliveries? And that's hit back comfortably. You see Swarit Thakur punching his bat as well, celebrating his teammates' century. It's a well compiled 100 for Ahan Bhutandam. There you go. Credit to the young man. He's shown maturity beyond his years. Good sportsmanship there from Kinley as well. Congratulating him on his milestone. Top stuff here from the young lads, especially Ahan Bhutandam. Well, he said this at when he crossed the 50-run mark that he could go on to make a big score. He's gone on and done that. Scoring hundreds is always a great feeling. And Sonam Wangchuk, well, his spell comes to a close. 10 overs, 3 for 54. Singapore will now know that the Bhutan have bowled out the pick of their bowlers. Kinley, who bowled with the new ball, has bowled out his allotted 10 overs. So has Sonam Wangchuk. Who does Bhutan turn to from this point on? Going to medium pace. This could play into the hands of Singapore. We know that Bhutandam likes space on. Tenson will have to be much tighter on the stumps. He's been a little too wide. Just guided down to third. Mind you, there's still the better part of 20 overs to go in this first inning. Singapore already on 185. That's a good delivery from Tenzin. If he can just stay consistent and bowl as many as he can in that channel, in that corridor, it'll make it a little difficult for Swarit Thakur to free his arms and go after the bowling. Too wide on that occasion. That's driven down the ground, straight to long off, who makes no mistake. The catching continues to be the one shining light for Bhutan. And they've picked up their fifth. Swarit Thakur, it's that line, that corridor that we were talking about that's going to make things a little difficult. And the catching continues to impress. Good stuff from Bhutan. Swarit Thakur 2 for 7. That 8. Tenzin picking up the wicket there. Half the batting lineup for Singapore back in the dugout despite getting off to a very good start. Could this be the opening for Bhutan? Oh, Tenzin, the medium pacer from Bhutan, has picked up his first wicket. That'll give him a lot of confidence. And well, he's bowling beautifully there. Now it seems like he's settled into his groove. He's running in nicely. This over in particular, he's been around that fourth stump line. That's where he'll want to be for the rest of his spell. Perhaps heading in towards the latter end of this innings. Might want to change that length up slightly. For now, we want to be just there. Little too wide on that occasion. And Bhutan, who's been excellent through that third region, continues to milk that part of the field. 31 overs have been bowled, and with that comes a change in the commentary. 187 for 5.
Thanks, Robert. Exactly 187 for 5. And I think so that by getting those 5 wickets, Bhutan has done a good job. Singapore batters, they were batting quite well. Zahan has already got 3 figures. It's 4th century overall in this tournament so far. What we have witnessed that there is Patra, the Malaysian skipper, Ryan Naik, and Sharma, and Charlie. These are batters. They have done a good job. So young guns doing good. This young lad also doing a good job. He runs in slot a bit quickly, and, trying to get his job done quickly as well, because he's not that quick through there. The way that he's coming on the run up, look at that. Just making it way towards onside, just over the fielder. You're just having pause and touching the fingers, and umpire has confirmed it as 6. He has just fetched that delivery from offside. I think so that he didn't jump properly. If he would have made a slight bit of jumping effort at the boundary line, maybe that the results would have gone into their favor to the batting, because that was extremely 50-50 chance here. Again, up into the sky, fielder not been able to come underneath of the ball because he was slightly away from that landing area near to that boundary line. He was just saving runs at the boundary. That's why it took a bit of time for him to come underneath the ball. Well, the pace is good here. If you talk about batting, the runs are coming quickly. Though that half of the team is out, but that Ahan, the batter, that's the key wicket. That is the key. Because if Bhutan will be getting that wicket, it must be coming back into this game, because he's a crucial batsman here. That he's batting well, less than 87 deliveries, in fact, when he scored 100 runs. Cutting that ball one way, stopping it. Let's see that how quickly these Singapore batters can come up with some aggression. It's 95 for 5 in 32 overs. they're running for everything. Even it's a big hit, even it's a double, it's a single, everything has just been a positive for the Singapore batters, as we have already narrated you a bit of the highlights of Singapore cricket. Bhutan cricket is also improving with the passage of time. A lovely country, Bhutan Cricket Council Board, associate members, slightly away from the body. But having a good team, they've got ICC status in 2017, nicknamed the Dragons, the Bhutan cricketers. Again, pretty wide towards offside. And normally that those people who have just tuned in with us, this is the game between Bhutan and Singapore of this ACC Men's Under-16 ASEAN Cup Malaysia 2025. Singapore has won one game out of three. This has been played inside out, and the ball is going across. There you see the signal is for beauty. This is beautiful batting. Ahan is batting well. He's going above the strike rate, more than runnable, in fact. So you can see the ball like a footballer here at this stage, because he has settled himself in the center, doing an excellent batting. So if you give him over pitching deliveries, I think so he will hammer you, because he's middling the ball well, making all sorts of efforts. A slight bit of maybe tidiness is the Bhutan cricket team. They're really trying hard. They've got 5 wickets here. They are the affiliate members of the ICC since 2001 and associate members in 2017. Right through. Bhutan made its international debut back in 2003 at Emerging Nations Tournament organized by Asian Cricket Council. The team has since regularly participated in ACC tournaments and also in a World Cricket League event. Slight bit of uppishly played, but into the gap. 4 runs. Excellent batting. He knows that where the gaps are, and he's picking up those spots quite beautifully. They're making the efforts count. 4 runs to finish the over. It's 207 for 5. Tossing it up, but there's nothing on the way from the batter. I think so. This partnership is also improving majorly, and importantly, Ahan is the key. The way that he has batted to making the efforts count, really important here, because Singapore cricket team has approached this 207 runs courtesy to the batting of that Ahan. He has batted well, started off quickly, positive start. Gentle, so gentle. And look at that, they're just walking between the runs. And that indicates that there is no pressure on their shoulders. I think that they have achieved the runs what they wanted to score in the maybe 30th to 35. That's why they're in a comfort boot, walking quite rapidly. And I think so that Ahan's wicket, till he's there in the centre, that Singapore cricket team knows that they will be surely getting like 4 runs per over. Target should be around about like 300 plus here from Singapore, because still they've got 5 wickets in here. Top ball to finish the over. 209 for 5 after 34. Just been trying to hit big towards onside. Leading edge was there. It's a long chase slide, and I think so. He's just signaled that I couldn't stop it. It's a boundary. Good gesture from the player, because umpire is slightly away from that place, and he himself has just confirmed that I couldn't stop it. Ball has touched the fence for 4. Bhutan is really a beautiful place. Hill stations, caliphs, obviously played away from the fielder, but he couldn't cut gap. As, so far, I think so that the batting is in a more comfortable zone. Must see that Singapore is on the driving seat. Oh, there you go. You just go on the aerial pitch of the ball. Just not been fair enough to grab that ball. That catch should have been taken, because Lode just created a chance here. But at long off position, the fielder comes there, but he couldn't hold the ball. It's not safe pair of hands. Down the leg side, and it's a wide. Well, these are the things that you may say sometimes, insult added to the injury. A catch was dropped a while ago in the previous delivery, and now it's a wide. So these are the things that normally reduces the efforts of the bowlers, that he knows that I'm already doing a hard job trying to create some catches and chances, but my teammates, they are unable to grab. He quickly looked back on the umpire that if it's a wide ball, I think so he's pretty lucky. It was a narrow escape. That umpire hadn't given it a wide delivery. It was on the line. These are the traditions that they are making a rotation policy. Whenever there is a bad delivery, that has been firmly hit up into the sky. A couple of chances given to the batters here, but not every time. Tanzine just forgetting his footmarks and footsteps, in fact. happens when you're thinking that how to get a wicket, sometimes overthinking. Start of your playing delivery to finish that 35th over. 217 for 5. That's Singapore. That has gone to its onside again. They are trying to make an effort to get a wicket at least, because this partnership again getting quite dangerous. These two batters, they're batting well. I see that if they can finish it up like 270, 280. Quite a gentle push towards offside. Tossing it up. I think so. That's a good line. Should be pitching it somewhere there towards off stump. Not to allow the batter, because if the batter is going to hit big towards onside, I think so that will be the area of uncertainty. That sometimes you have to learn quickly that the batter is finding it hard to pick you up when the ball is given a bit of the flight. See that? It's gone towards onside. Fielder is there. If he's tossing those deliveries, it was a slight bit of hard to pick up by the batter, because you don't know that. He doesn't know sometimes that if it may come a wrong one too. Because here so far, I think so that Shazing Dawa, he's bowling a leg break only. I hadn't seen any googly, any wrong one from his hand to deceive the batter. 36 gone, 220 for 5.
At the start of the 37th over, Singapore in a very dominant position. 220 already on the board. 14 overs to go. Got 5 wickets in hand. More importantly, they've got their opener, who's played a gem of a knock, and is continuing to work his way to very big score here. He's already on 128. Is Ahan Vutandam, the opener from Singapore. More than half the runs coming off his bat. He's had a boundary buffet at the KTJ Oval. Singapore winning the toss, choosing to bat. The position that they're in, justifying that decision. They've gone up in appeal. This is pretty straight. And, well, I think it was a simple decision for the umpire. Full straight. Tenzin picks up his second. And take a look at that. I think Fairly simple decision for the umpire there, perhaps. Was it going down leg? That might have been the only question. He was well and truly in front of the stumps. And Mahan Bhutandam continues to watch his partners come and go. Yuvan Pandey, the last of the Singaporean batters to be dismissed, judged leg before. Tenzin Lode is having a good day at the office. He's picked up 2 for 30 into his 5th over. Well, the second drinks in the first innings has been had, and message will surely have gone out to Mahan Bhutandam, who's batting on 128. They'll want him to continue on towards perhaps the 45th or the 46th over, keep batting the same way. Meanwhile, the new batter plays and misses. Kapish Venkatraman. This is his first delivery. Another play and a miss. Tenzin Lode. Jamshu continues to prod away at that 4th and 5th stump line. Can actually afford to go a bit fuller to the new batter. A little tentative around that area early on in his innings. Goes full but goes too wide. In fact, he'll have to re-bowl that one. 2 for 30 for Tenzin. He's got the breakthroughs for Bhutan. Singapore will be relying heavily on the man at the non-striker's end. 3 plain misses for Kapish Venkatraman. I think he's better off just leaving those ones alone. And Tenzin go a bit fuller and keep the line a bit tighter, closer to the off stump. He'll be in business if he can do that. Goes straighter, but length pulled back. Good finish to the over. Rewarding over for Tenzin and Bhutan. 37 gone, 2-2-2 for 6. Well, Bhutandam, who's liked that third region, comes down the pitch, hits it well and well enough to go all the way. As the fielder sends in, felt he was in with a chance. Good use of the feet, getting to the pitch of the ball. Just wasn't able to judge that properly. Another boundary. Maximum for Ahan Bhutandam. He's been batting really well here for Singapore. It's on 134. This is a big score at any level. And just nudged away into the leg side. Proper textbook batting. Gets a maximum, then nudges it, picks up a single. Coaches will be very happy with that, especially at this phase of the game. Singapore have another 13 overs or less, slightly. After this, they haven't got too many wickets in hand. This is a good looking shot from Kapish Venkatraman. Dawa, who's bowled well in patches but has been expensive. 48 without a wicket. 7th over here. 230 already on the board for Singapore. Oof, this one not bouncing as much. Looking for 2. Come back and get it quite easily. Very interested to see how Ahan Bhutandam manages this next 5, perhaps 6 overs. Use of the feet, turns it into a nice juicy full toss and finds another maximum. This is brilliant batting from Ahan Bhutandam. Takes him to 143 now. And this is just a top class innings from the opener of Singapore. Remember the name Ahan Bhutandam. Maturity beyond his years. Got to the 50, then got to the 100. What I've liked so much about this innings is that he hasn't taken unnecessary risks. He's taken calculated risks and sees himself batting on 143 of 111. Jeez, it's a good innings. 38 overs have been bowled, 12 more to go. Singapore in full control of this game with the score on 238 for 6. While it's been a batting masterclass from Ahan Bhutandam. Tenzin has picked up a couple of wickets. Occasionally straight down the pads. He's got to be careful. Running in the danger area. He'll pick up an extra run on that misfield. That's a good looking delivery from Tenzin. Equally good batting from Kapish, who brings Bhutandam back on strike. And that was Bhutandam who picked up that single. Right behind that one is Kapish, whose role at the moment is just to keep Bhutandam company out there in the middle. Go back to this point for the next 5 overs. I think Singapore just want to keep continuing doing what they're doing here, which is nudging the ball around. Bhutandam finding the boundary on occasion, not trying to take on the bowlers at this stage, because they've only got 4 wickets in hand. Bhutan have done well to stay in the fight. They've picked up wickets despite Bhutandam's excellence with the bat. He's clipped this off the pads. He's hit it really well, and it's in the gap. Couple of bounces, and Bhutandam doing what he does best, picking up boundaries. It's not too bad of a delivery. Perhaps slightly fuller. Excellent shot here from the youngster. The opening bat for Singapore. 148. Jeez, this is some knock that we're getting to witness here at the KTJ Oval. Comes into Bhutandam, drags it short. It's up in the air, and well, almost got to feel for Ahan Bhutandam here, but the catching from Bhutan has been their silver lining. It has not let them down. Tenzin with a change up in length, bangs it in short. Ahan Bhutandam not expecting it, pulls it not off the middle of the bat, more of the top edge. And well, a brilliant catch and a brilliant innings comes to a close here from Ahan Bhutandam. Thumbs up to the support, and as he walks off, he has to feel mighty proud of this effort. Although he'll be a little disappointed he couldn't get to the 150, but he's done all the job and the hard work for Singapore, getting them to 246 for 7 here in the 39th over. Now Bhutan, what can they do? Can they pick up the remaining 3 wickets? Talk about momentum. They can wrap Singapore up here, picking up these 3 wickets. They'll go into the innings break, feeling like they've done well. Full marks and credit to a brilliant knock from Ahan Bhutandam. 148 of 115 deliveries. Tenzin Chamsho, well, he's picked up 3 for 39 in his 6th over here. New batter gets off the mark with a single. Akash Teja. "39 overs gone, 247 for 7. Oh, they've gone back to their opening fast bowler, Sanjay Dorji. They're looking to pick up these last 3 wickets here. Despite a good batting display from Singapore, they're in danger of being bowled out. Angles the first one across. Interesting to see if he can get the ball to reverse a little bit. A very good action as Sanjay Dorji, expensive in his opening spell. 3 overs for 30 without a wicket. He is given another opportunity to try and change those numbers. Well, that's a full toss, driven through the offside. Looking for 2, and we'll get a boundary. KTJ picking up his first boundary of the day. Changes his length up, but erring in his line. Sanjay Dorji just needs to settle down here. Come back for his 4th over. Still struggling with his line and length. Unfortunately for him, he's not been able to find it. That's much better. That is a much better from young Dorji. Well, at this late stage of the innings, it's a simple ploy that the fast bowlers use. Full and straight. If he can manage that, he'll be in business. That was a full toss, but it was much straighter. He needs to get the line and length right. He's got a couple more deliveries to do that. He is bowling to the tail of the Singaporean batting lineup. The danger man, Ahan Butandam, back in the dugout after a brilliant innings at the top of the order. Good comeback from Dorji. Bhutan, over the years, have invested quite a lot in their cricket, both at grassroots level, in the senior men's team and the women's. Lots of domestic tournaments happening. I had the pleasure of visiting Bhutan last year. It's a beautiful country with beautiful people. Well, the landscape is absolutely scenic and wonderful country to visit. Highly recommend those of you who are avid travelers to make the trip if you can. You will not regret it. It's good to see the youngsters from Bhutan enjoying this beautiful game. They've been slightly outplayed here, but they've done well to pick up the 7 wickets. Again, if they can wrap up the Singapore lineup, they will go into the break feeling that they've done a good job. Come out with the bat and try and chase this down. Meanwhile, Singapore, as a cricketing nation, has had a rich, long history of cricket being played in the country. And they've also been going through some changes. This is hit uppishly, but does not carry to the fielder there at square leg. Singapore had a very strong senior men's team for quite some time, and a few of the players moving away and getting old and past their prime, which has led them to focus more on their junior cricketers. We've seen them in a senior men's tournament, fielding a very young side where the average age was just around 18, led by a couple of senior players. And it was brilliant to watch. Manpreet Singh, who was the leader and mentor for those youngsters, they gave a very good account of themselves in that tournament. And here again at the under 16 level, they've pulled off a very thrilling win against Japan in their previous game. Well, as they go through this tournament, they'll want their batting order to come together. 2 games now where bulk of the runs have come of one person's bat. Although this innings, they've had a couple of contributions down that batting order. And so the future for both these cricketing nations looking very bright. Well, Tenzin is chosen to operate just outside the off stump. Just feel at this late stage of the innings, we're into the 41st over. Needs to be a little brave, go full and straight, target those stumps. Just like that. That's uppish. And well, I've said it over and over again, and I'll continue to say it. Karma Wangchuk continues to keep the catching as the highlight of this effort with the ball from Singapore, from Bhutan, rather. Brilliant one-handed effort there. 8 down now with the score on 257. Vedansh Gupta, the new batter. Known for his skill and ability with the ball. He's now got just under 9 overs. 9.1 overs, rather, to ensure that Singapore are not bowled out. Meanwhile, Bhutan, what a comeback from them. Loving the yellow headband. Karma Wangchuk. Tenson. Very quietly becoming the pick of the bowlers here. 4 for 43 in his 7th over. Has the knack of picking up wickets. Can he get to a fifer here? This is squeezed out. He's going to have to be careful here, running right down the wicket. Umpire might just have a word with him. There you go, telling him to stay off the danger area. He was running right down the middle, stump to stump almost. And, gets off the mark with that 2. That's the end of the 41st over, 259 for 8.
2:59 for 8, 42nd over. And I think so that here, if Bhutan cricket team players, they will be getting 2 more wickets, they could wrap up the things quite early rather than going up to the 50th over. Good delivery. They are attempting to make the Auckland deliveries. These Bhutan bowlers, they have done a good job. In fact, the spinners, it's really a good effort. At one time, that Singapore looked like that they may be getting 300 plus. But, courtesy to these quick wickets taken one after one, yes, made that Singapore cricket team batting line a bit of the bumps and stops. Still they are rotating, which is really a good thing. Bhutan cricketers, once I was reading that Disanpu, a temple is there in Bhutan, that these players, they used to visit that temple before going on every event or any event. Disanpu, really a beautiful temple. Maybe there was something, they're all appealing, but umpire has different thoughts. You see, that was really a quick delivery. Pitched in line. The batter did see quite quickly to the wicketkeeper's hand, but umpire has the different thoughts. That was not out. Again, Fuller and delivery in front of stumps, but managing to get a single. And I was telling you that Disanpu, really a beautiful temple in Thimphu. It's a spiritual home of Bhutan cricket and players. They visit before every tournament. We don't pray for victory, said the national captain once, Dambir Singh Gurung. We pray for each other to give our best and to emerge complete from the competition. That is what the captain once told. In the meantime, over ball, 42 gone. It's 262 for 8. Oh, that would have been capped. Edged away, the wicketkeeper had a good reply. He has got the good reflexes. Went towards his right side, but unlucky. I think so. It was like inches away from the gloves. He did his best to grab the ball, but it was not in the middle of the palm. Started getting away. Another one. I think so. That was into the hands, but he couldn't grab it properly as he landed or hit onto the surface while holding that catch. 2 chances in 2 deliveries. Down the leg side has a fine leg. Has been placed for such kind of activity, so that's why he did try a one. That may be better just flicking it down the leg side, and you can clearly see that short fine leg is there. Singapore batters to somehow they have done a good job in terms of scoring, because Bhutan cricket team will surely be facing a good target here. Anything like 280 on the surface will be a good one to chase, because the surface looks like a batting track. that the batters may enjoy, chasing down the target. Level toss, being dispatched down to the deep mid wicket. In the meantime, batters, they were running. Good going and a good partnership, I must say that the start was good enough for Singapore cricket team, the way they started at the top level, 148 by Ahan. Good delivery. He's just been making a bit of the bat on the way to stop that ball in front of the wicket. It's 267 for 8. 2 more good deliveries, and we'll be wrapping the things up here. But let's see that who will be the guy that who can really cut the wickets here. This is going through. He's appealing. I think so that he thought that maybe there's a nick. I think so it has kissed the pad. 43 gone. It's 267 for 8. Oh, very close to the off stump, almost kissing that. A narrow escape. Because at that time, ball was pretty close to its off stump. Really lucky that ball didn't hit on the off stump. Good delivery. You're just keeping it tight because anything like giving room towards onside, offside, you may be giving it so easy runs to the opponent team. And I think so here that Singapore batters, they are trying their level best to go and touch those 50 overs completion. Well, he is going towards onside into the hands and the wicket number 9. Bhutan cricket team breaking the partnerships one after one. You can see that just been pitching touch back of length, bit of hesitation to go over the top towards onside, and the pace was not there behind that shot. And Vidanash Gupta just lost his wicket. It's the wicket number 9 in 267 as Ray. He's making his way in the center. Last wicket of Singapore must be a Yorker because a tailender is tall. Let's see that we can start with a Yorker. I think that he did try, but not been able to place it properly. It was a little toss. Because it's always a good thing to start with the tailenders. If you're a pace bowler, you can bowl Yorkland deliveries. So maybe that there is a 70 to 80% chances are there that the tailender may not be able to cope up with the Yorkland deliveries. See that? He did try. He's getting off target. He's not properly pitching those Yorkers in the right areas. If you've been pitching those Yorkers into the black hole, like in front of the stumps, toe crusher, I remember the Wakar Yunus, in-swinging Yorkers of his era. The batters normally don't used to go and play those kind of toe crushers. Because such kind of back-upland deliveries are really easy to play by the batters. Because here in these kind of surfaces in Asia, they are really hard and easy for the batters because they are normally getting a good height, good bounce on these batting tracks, so they can easily see off the ball. Here another look at back-upland delivery, and this has been played to its own side comfortably, quite comfortably. 44 has been done here, 270 for 9. Well, that is way towards offside. The long chase is there as the third man is pretty wide. He had tried to cover that distance, but couldn't make in time. See that? It's a fast bowler, and the third man is pretty wide. That should be a slight bit more finer towards the wicketkeeper rather than going towards offside. Because when there is a fast bowler, he's bending his back and trying to get some pace. It's only the way to open the blade of the bat and just make the way down to the third man region, and you will be getting so comfortably that boundary. Now there is a sort of slip, fourth slip. Ball comes back to the right hander. Akash Teja, 16 in 20 deliveries. He has got and shared a good hand. The way that he has batted for his 16 runs in 20 deliveries. I think so that these are the players that good all-round cricketers can finish the game for their countries. Because in the modern days, countries, the teams, they are demanding some good batting all-rounders who can finish the game to their favor with much number of runs. He has just played straight into the hands of the fielder. So this is it for Singapore cricket team, because that is the wicket number 10 that was firmly hit towards onside, but he could only find the fielder on the way at mid-wicket. Good catch. That ball was rapidly growing towards the boundary, but having a good hand. And Singapore effort has closed in 44.4 overs with 274 runs. And there you see that Ahan, who has got 148 runs in 114 deliveries, excellent batting display. He led the platform. He laid the platform, in fact, lead the side well. And in reply, 4 wicket for Tanzeen, 3 wicket for Sonam, and 1 wicket each for Kinley and Sangay. Well, we've got this summary so far in the first inning of Singapore under-16 versus Bhutan under-16 cricket team. Well, it's an innings break here, and as the live action will start again, we will come back to you. Stay tuned with us.
after the innings break to the KTJ Oval. The sun is shining, and we have a bit of cloud cover in the background, but not threatening, so there won't be any rain anytime soon. But it was raining boundaries in the first innings, courtesy of a phenomenal individual performance from the opening batter, Ahan Butandam, who's going to make headlines for his innings of 148, which helped Singapore get to a very strong total, 274. The good thing for Bhutan towards the end of that innings is they bowled out Singapore inside their allotted 50 overs, 274 all out in 44.4 as Bhutan will look to chase these down. Bhutan are going to have to bat out of their skins. They've got two slips in place. Singapore, they're attacking from ball one, trying to pick up early wickets. And, here we go. It is Vedansh Gupta amongst the wickets for Singapore in this tournament already. Four in his first game. Up a couple more. Starts with a full and straight one. I think that was just no, it's not. The finger goes up. I think that tailed back away from the right-hander just enough. So what a start for Singapore. Not the start that Bhutan were expecting. Joining me in the com box is, of course, Ijaz. Ijaz, brilliant start here with the ball for Singapore.
Yes, excellent. And I think so that any team like this will love to have such kind of start. Being a bowling point of view, that the delivery on the very first, the wicket on the very first delivery, excellent. This has been a wonderful start here for Singapore cricket team. The ball was accurate enough, and umpire has the verdict. The first wicket has gone down. Bhutan is one down for naught.
Well, in that first innings, what did you make of that batting performance from Ahan Butandam, the opening bat for Singapore, falling 2 runs short of what would have been a wonderful 150 and getting to 148 with 18 fours and 4 sixes. He looked very calm while he was out there. What do you make of that innings, Joyce? Well, new batter, number 3, perhaps wasn't expecting to be out there so quickly after one delivery. Vedansh Gupta keeping it full and straight for the first couple. It's a good start. He's shown that he can get the ball to swing. Tall lad runs in, gets some steep bounce as well, which is why those 2 slips are there, waiting to pouch anything that comes their way. That's Upish, not far away. Bhutan at the moment just looking to survive this new ball.
Well, he's keeping the things tight. And I think so that the way we have witnessed here, Vedansh Gupta has got 1 wicket, just keeping the ball more up, sometimes slightly back up length, good height.
Another good delivery from Vedansh Gupta. He's made the batters play on every delivery so far, which is what you want to do with the new ball.
Let's see that how quickly Bhutan will be coming back and trying to attack on the bowling. I think so this wicket slightly bit of fear factor.
Well, feet not moving anywhere, playing that from the crease. He's fortunate to get some bat on it. Ran down to fine leg. First runs for Bhutan.
Yes, a good partnership on the top should be the key here from Bhutan's point of view.
That's a brilliant delivery. Round fourth stump. Single for both these batters. They've gotten off strike and off the mark as well. Good first over from Vedansh Gupta. 1 over gone, 2 for 1, Bhutan. Kapish will be sharing the new ball with Vedansh from the other end. Got 2 slips in place as well. Singapore who've struck early, as early as the first over. I want to pick up a few more wickets here with the new ball. Starts off with a very good delivery, full and straight, angling in towards the stumps. Kapish can get the ball to angle in quite drastically.
Yes, you're right. Fuller length, that is the key here. Because when it's cloudy, slight bit of humid. And to me, like these Singapore bowlers, they're really tall. It's Kapish is really a tall bowler. He can use all of his arm high up and can get the good bounce here in this surface.
Another one, getting the inside half of the bat. This one more in control of from Jigme. And, change in the field. They've taken that second slip out and brought him towards mid wicket. That's because of the tail in that Kapish Venkatraman gets to the right hander. I think it's a good move.
Yes, he should use this angle to bring the ball back to the right hander.
That's uppish, and it lands safe between mid off and cover.
See that the batters, they are in two minds. When the ball is there, he was just thinking in a nanoseconds that should I go and try a drive here, but he just forcefully just held his back there. He thought that we have already lost the wicket. I don't need to go over the top again. May I lose a wicket again?
Oh, this one's gone through the gate. Brilliant bowling in swinging it from Kapish. Just too good for Kama Wangchuk on that occasion.
Yes, quite sharply. This has came back, and I think so that it's only the height, the bounce of the surface that Karma has just survived there.
Well, we've seen already from the previous innings of Bhutan's batting that, well, very early on in the run chase, they are just happy to survive out there in the middle. And, like to see them at least try and capitalize on the loose deliveries. That being said, Singapore have not bowled too many loose deliveries. Watchful again. Kapish has been excellent in his first over, targeting the stumps on every delivery. And, 2 overs gone. Bhutan 3 for 1. Well, this is a good combination of Vedansh Gupta and Kapish. Vedansh moving the ball away, which is why he's got that second slip. Basically, 1.5 and 3.
Well, Robert, talking about the teams participating in this tournament like Nepal, Japan, Indonesia, Bhutan, like Thailand, Hong Kong, Myanmar, Maldives, Malaysia. Well, it's the first time that I'm looking at these tall bowlers. They're really tall, both of these two. They've got good height.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, Singapore have got a couple of tall fast bowlers. So have Nepal. So have Japan. Speaking of, I say Kobayashi, who's a good all-rounder. And yeah, these tall fast bowlers are able to extract a bit of bounce. And on that note, credit to the groundsmen across all three venues, and especially here at the KTJ Oval, providing a very good surface for these teams to compete on. This one just angling down leg side, no appeal there. But yes, the teams that have the tall fast bowlers, more often than not, picking up wickets with the new ball, like Bhutan, which don't have too many tall fast bowlers, get the ball to skid through, which actually works in favor of the batters as the ball comes on nicely. You can see Vidansh Gupta here, even though he's looking for swing occasionally, will just pull the length back to keep the batters guessing. That's his edge straight to second slip. Who was waiting for that and makes no mistake on that occasion. Bhutan have lost their second with the score on 3.
Yeah, that was a good catch. Look at that. Slip was waiting. He is on the knee, away from the body, too much away from the body. When he was trying to drive that shot, that's why he edged it, because the balance was not accurate enough to play that drive, edging that one away in the second slip. So Bhutan here lost the second wicket in 3 runs.
Well, good bit of bowling from Vedant. He's picked up 2 for 2 in his second over. Sheldon walks out to the middle. You're right, Ijaz. Just this is what happens when you have that mindset to survive. You don't really go towards the ball because your first instinct is to survive and defend. And, that weight needs to be going more towards the ball on that occasion. Just throwing his hands further away from his body. Second slip was ready for the chance and swallowed it up whole to take Bhutan back 2 for 3 here in the third over. Another good delivery. I like the changes in length that Vedant is operating with. Ijaz, what do you make of those?
Yes, accurate enough. You're right. That variations all the times, not allow the batter to judge your next step. And I think so that you need to keep the batter guessing that what's coming next. It's a good point.
Leaves that one alone. Sheldon. And another successful over for Vedansh Gupta. 3 overs gone. 2 for 3. Oh, this is cleaned him up. Thought he was going to appeal for the LBW, but it struck the pad. No, it hasn't.
Well, to me, it's a good apply. I think that it was hitting in front of the wickets, but the bowler, he was not interested. The wicketkeeper went up. I don't know that it was the height factor that he didn't appeal completely.
Definitely would have liked to have another look at that. I think the only thing that we might have missed was the fact that he would have got some bat on that, which is why the appeal didn't happen from the bowler. Otherwise, that was very close.
Yes, maybe that bat would have been involved, but clearly we can see that indication of pressure into the fourth over. We're chasing that 274. The run rate is not matching, so they should be improving this run rate in next 5 to 10 overs.
That's a wayward delivery from Kapish, who's looking to go to his variations. And begs the question why, when you can get the ball to tail in as wonderfully as he can, going to variations so early, because Bhutan have not had an answer to the in-swingers that Kapish has been bowling. So this is where the youngsters will have to learn these lessons. That is a good delivery. Keep mixing things up nicely in terms of length.
Yes, these tall bowlers should use that height in modern days. Well, if we go back and peep back like in 70s, 80s, 90s, those West Indian tall bowlers, they were being really fearsome. But today, these bowlers, they are not that fearsome by the look.
Well, it's still early days for these tall, fast bowlers. And I think what you're referring to is that aggression that fast bowlers generally operate with. And, while these youngsters, as they get better, stronger, and faster in their career, they will gain a bit more aggression. As a fast bowler, that's something you have to have. People not able to gather it on that occasion. Down the pads, a couple of extra runs, aiding Bhutan in moving the score along. Yes, I'd like to see what you're talking about, Ijaz, is that the fast bowlers running in. That fear factor that you're talking about as a fast bowler seems to have gone down in recent times. Another good delivery straight to that fielder there, short mid wicket. The only other thing I'd say about this is now that batters have access to bowling machines, sidearms, they're in the nets, they're facing deliveries that are really quick in training. And so fast bowling, again, is something that batters have recognized that they've got to compete with or against. And it's sort of taken the edge off from the fast bowlers. Some of the innovative shots that you see these days, the batters very courageous, the scoop, the ramp, the dill scoop, you name it, the batters are willing to risk quite a bit in executing these shots, and that's because they do it in training quite a lot up against the pace that they're going to face. Guided down to third, miscommunication, and the misfield also allowing for that single to happen. 4 overs gone, 9 for 2, Bhutan. They need to up this scoring rate if they're looking to chase this total down. Vidansh to continue. Back of a length. Hanging his bat out there.
Well, there is another factor here at this stage because it's overcast conditions, and the teams, they should be thinking in their mind that what about Duckworth-Lewis system if there will be any sort of rain in the future in the remaining part of the day. So we have to play the cricketing shots up to the that. I think so that Bhutan here, 2 wickets down, already behind a fast score.
Yeah, they've not shown any intention to try and chase down this total, and I have to agree with you, Ijaz. They've got to try and compete. At the moment, it just looks like they're looking to survive the 50 overs. And, well, when you have the opportunity to compete at the ACC Men's Under 16 East Zone Cup, you want to make the most of every opportunity. Just a little bit wide of the stumps there on that occasion. And I'm a firm believer that the purpose of batting is to score runs. And you've got to set up with a mindset that you are looking to score. And if you do come up against good bowling, like what Singapore are currently putting on display, then yes, you can block up and defend. But what I see lacking from the batters in Bhutan is the intent to score. Once again, just no real intent to hit the ball with the bat. And, again, mindset is a key thing here. We've seen a lot of great elite players talk about cricket being 90% mental and only about 10% reliant on skill, because the higher up you go, and the one with the stronger mind and the will more often than not prevails. Well, just looking to dot these out here.
Partnerships will be another factor that these batters they should keep in mind that we have to get a good partnership here. Though that 2 wickets not been a big call, because in one-day cricket we have seen that the teams losing even 3 or 4 wickets in early 20 runs, they had won the games in the past. So the cricket is really funny sports.
Oh, there's an edge, but it does not carry to first slip. It was right in front of him. Unfortunately, he was a little too deep there in that first slip position. Vidansh Gupta finding the edge, but it did not carry.
Yes, you're right. He's standing, I think, so that a step behind, deep. He should be standing slightly half of the step ahead of the place that what he has marked there, because this surface, though that it's getting bit of the bounce, but it's not that pacey.
Or trying to play at that again, pushing out at it. He finds the inside edge, but he's lucky it doesn't go on to the stumps. End of another good over from Vedansh Gupta. 5 overs gone, 10 for 2. Bhutan. As my partner was talking about, we want to see Bhutan try and build a partnership here and get closer to this total. The wicketkeeper plays a key role in the positioning of the slips, depending on the height that he's gathering most of these deliveries. He's usually in charge of making sure slip is in the right place. Another wide to start the over. Kapish Venkatraman gets the ball to angle in and swing back in quite prodigiously. Just needs to get his radar right. There we go. That's exactly where he wants to be. As a young fast bowler, he wants to run in, bowl fast, not compromise on his pace. But his ability to execute at pace is something that he's going to have to develop. That is a much better delivery, well handled by young Peldon. Firmly behind that one. Not been a lot of loose deliveries bowled by the Singaporean fast bowlers. So Bhutan will have to keep an eye out for anything slightly off target and try and score of those. At the moment, it's been a very slow start in this run chase. Leaves that one alone, covers the line of the off stump. This is good batting from Peldon. Singapore much more relaxed with the body language. Firmly in control of this game. They've picked up 2 early wickets. This one opting for the slower delivery. Singapore will be quite pleased with the way things have turned out. They won the toss, chose to bat. They have a big total on the board. They've come back out after the break, picked up a couple of wickets with the new ball. And, fast bowlers need to start or go back to trying to attack the stumps. Just like that with the in swing from Kapish. Interesting to see what the skipper from Singapore does. At the end of this over, Vedansh Gupta has picked up the 2 wickets. Perhaps will be given one more. And will he turn to spin early in the power play? Or this one, steep bounce, but Kapish, no appeal from him. End of over number 6, 12 for 2. straight full. Vedansh Gupta attacks the stumps, and it's been rewarded with 2 wickets so far. It was an outside edge that did not carry to first slip. Oh, this is going for the block hole yet again. Flipping the batter on his heels. Teams like Bhutan, who are quite early in their journey. We've spoken a bit about this in that first innings. And they'll have to relish the opportunity competing in a tournament like this. And they'll look to make the most of the experience. If that means spending time out there in the middle, that's what they'll do. Singapore, on the other hand, they'll want to wrap things up here, get back to the hotel room early, and prepare for the next phase. Singapore getting ahead of Japan in the previous game. This is another good delivery. Elton will have to be careful here. He's coming a long way across his stumps, and Vedansh Gupta is able to move the ball away. So he'll have to get bat on ball if he's going to keep doing that. That's exactly what Vedansh is looking to do. Get one under the bat or miss the bat and hit the pads. Very convincing, but looking to get on that front foot, always a good sign. Very impressed with the way Pelton has handled himself here. He's taken 14 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. Does not seem in any kind of hurry. Oh, this one beats the outside edge. It's a peach of a delivery from Vedansh Gupta. Wraps up the 7th. Bhutan are 12 for 2. Oh, looks like we'll have our first change in this run chase with the ball. We'll see some left arm pace from Ray. Oh, starts with a good delivery, spoons that straight to that fielder who's been placed there precisely for that reason. Kama Wangchuk, well, he battled out there, 3 for 20, 3 of 20 deliveries faced. In the end, spooning one straight to mid wicket. This is a dream start here for Ray, who's bowled right on the money with his first delivery and has been rewarded with a wicket. Ray. Changes working for Singapore yet again. We saw similar scenes in that match against Japan, where Rian Naik was bringing in the changes and being rewarded almost instantaneously. Same is the case here with the change bringing on Ray to replace Kapish. And it's worked. So 3 down now for Bhutan. Solid in defense. Well, just going by the intentions shown from Bhutan and their batters up until this point. They are just looking to survive out there, and life can get a whole lot harder if you're just trying to survive. I think they should try and score a few runs here, whether that's in singles or finding boundaries. The intentions at the moment just to survive. Singapore recognizing that they've got a few more fielders in and around the bat. I'm going to have a little bit of a chat with the batters, try and get in their minds, try and break their focus. And Chincho Namgyal says, good luck trying that. You can argue the other side of the coin that this is Bhutan's own way of showing defiance. At this stage in their journey, Singapore well ahead in terms of the teams and the strengths, and they've got a team that is performing really well in this ACC Men's Under-16 East Zone Cup. Currently in second place. It's important because the top 2 teams in each group go through to the semi-finals. Bhutan, young team in their journey, won't have played too much quality even in their grassroots development program, and no doubt they will be relishing the opportunity here. So perhaps for them it is about just being defiant and playing for time and experience. That's what they'll gain while they're out there in the middle. Singapore have been brilliant with the new ball. 8 overs gone, 12 on the board for the loss of 3 wickets. Meanwhile, this mindset of having to survive, not playing any shots, not looking to score, will give Singapore an opportunity. That's clipped off the toes. Fine looking shot from Peldon. That's the first boundary. And searching for that wicket, Vedansh Gupta is in line and length. And Peldon says, thank you very much. Stylish shot from young Peldon. Very impressed with this young man. Talking about that challenge that is Singapore have faced is trying to pick up wickets when the batters are not looking to score. Normally find this towards the back end of a test innings where the tail is batting alongside one established middle order batter. and they're playing for time, trying to keep the opposition out there in the field for as long as possible. It poses its own challenges. Singapore will try and pick up wickets. It's a lot harder when the batters have no intentions to score. Vedansh Gupta going for that block hole. It's the right plan. At the moment, Sheldon batting really well. And he got off the mark with that boundary. So shown a lot of patience for the time that he's been out there. Got a pretty good technique in handling these fast bowlers from Singapore. Pushes that one through the offside. Can't beat the fielders. He's starting to come into his own, is young Peldon. Just going back to the 19 deliveries that he's faced. He's been very sure of where his off stump is. Not afraid to shuffle across his stumps and clip it into the leg side. As a batter, knowing where your stumps are is a critical part of your batting. Once again, solid in defense. Vedansh Gupta with one delivery to go in his fifth over. Figures of 2 for 7. Oh, just blocks out that one. Sees off the ninth over. 16 for 3. Ray will continue. He picked up a wicket in his first over of his first delivery. This one, I think, is pitching outside. He looks to be a very good bowler. Good approach to the crease. Natural angle across the right-hander, then brings it back in. So he'll be looking to pitch around that middle and off stump, and if he can get his tail back in even just a bit, Chincho Namgyal will have quite a bit to deal with. Too far down the leg side on that occasion. Conditions at the KTJ Oval are conducive for swing bowling. Sun hiding behind some clouds, slightly overcast. Good delivery to Namgyal. Happy to just block it out. And Naik, wonderful innings against Japan to take Singapore across the line. Got really close towards the end there. However, today at the KTJ Oval, Singapore in full control of this game. As Bhutan seem quite content just to play out these deliveries. Sheldon has been out there and at the non-striker's end. Took him a while to get off the mark, but played a very good looking shot off his toes, clipped it for a boundary. since then he's looked quite comfortable. Well, now it's Chencho. Ooh, just throwing his hands at that one. Be fortunate not to get any bat on that one. And as the old saying goes, if you're going to slash, slash hard. Can't be tentative when you're playing away from your body. You're going to try and cut that. You've got to commit to it. As indecision eventually becomes a decision. Happy to just stay on the crease. A dead bat defense from Chencho Namgyal. We saw Belden. He took a fair few deliveries to get off the mark. Chencho Namgyal following suit. He's faced 10 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. No real urgency shown. Quite happy to just block these deliveries out from Krishay Ray. 10 overs have been bowled. Bhutan 17 for 3.
First 10 overs belongs to Singapore under-16 cricket team. Oh, that was a pretty easy delivery, I must say, to start off. Pandey. Though that he has got slip, but he's happy. Just been smiling on the previous delivery. Yes, that's better. You have to keep that line right, tight, and make the batter to play you towards offside. Really well done. He's on 4 in 23 deliveries. He's not that tall batter. Trying to drive through, but the ball has just gone through. Wicketkeeper was also surprised. He's having a surprising factor by that delivery. One Pandey. Just getting a bit of a break. That's why he has got leg slip. Shot fine. We normally used to see that backward short leg towards onside. Quick over. Maiden to start. 17 for 3. Got appealing, finger goes up, hitting onto the pads. And look at the beauty. It's number 4 in just 17 runs. hitting onto the pads all the time, dangerous when you are in front of stumps. Though that he's standing below that third stump, almost on a full fifth stump, and then he comes up on the third stump in the ball hitting onto the pads. Back of leg, and finger goes up. Good umpiring. Excellent decision. And Bhutan lost the fourth wicket in just 17 runs. Oh, that was another close call. He was just having his bat on the way at the very last moment. He was just trying to drive, I think so, and had a bat on the way right on the last moment. Otherwise, that would have been another good gentle pace delivery. Bhutan U16 requires a massive chase here. To delivery. And I think so that KTJ Ray, he exactly knows at this time that overpitching on the surface can pay you, because the way that he has got 2 wickets in his hands, he's again and again pitching at that line. Middle stump, slightly fuller, using all of the credit of his height. See that? He's keeping that line very tight, almost onto the leg stump and middle stump. Though sometimes it's really hard because fuller length deliveries and York length deliveries, whenever a bowler is bowling, he's utilizing much energy. And it's a good learning by Asian Cricket Council for these youngsters that in part of this world there's a bit of humid, the sun. So they are learning in slight bit of tough conditions. Because for a sports person, the life is not easy. So he will have or she will have to cope up with the conditions, either with the extreme weather condition, must say, like maybe sometimes you're visiting Canada, England, Australia, and in really extreme weather, it's cold, when temperatures are touching like 7 and 8 Celsius. And sometimes at Sharjah, you may be playing at 40 Celsius. So these are the things that they will learn with the passage of time. In the meantime, another excellent spell or over, must say, has been bowled. It's 18 for 4 in 12. Four wickets in 12 overs, with only 18 on the card. And you may see this act again and again. It's a no ball, not this act, but the batter, what he has done there. You see the free hit. So a kind of act of stopping the ball. That's what I'm talking about. That these Bhutan batters, they may be stopping. Let's see, free hit. What will be coming? Huge hit. Let's see. Let's see. No. Why not? When he knows that it's a free hit, I should have been hitting hard. Well, that is not a good batting. I must say that he should be trying to hit a big shot on the free hit, but he didn't. I know that these are the small things. These young cricketers, they will have to keep in mind rather than having pressure on them. Yeah, that's the way that I was telling you that most of the times you will be witnessing such kind of dot deliveries when you have got 4 wickets down. I've already spoken that in the cricket world, teams had won the games even after losing 5 quick wickets. Officially played straight into the hands. So this happens when you're stopping the ball, when you're not playing your natural cricket. You're just trying to go through the time, just trying to survive. So you may be losing wickets. That's 19 runs on a card with a loss of 5. And there you see he's walking off. Pandey to continue. Quick delivery. Well, when he started his previous over at that time, he pitched that first delivery slight quicker, but after that he came back in line quite quickly. There you see, excellent delivery. With his 13 overs gone, 19 for 5. Pace comes up. Could have been a try, direct hit. Not been able to hit it on target. And in such kind of pressure situation when the team is already in danger, calculated risk should be taken. Look at that. He's standing not on the third stump even. He's standing way behind from the stumps. So that was slightly uppish through the back foot point. Taken a single. Well, let's see that Bhutan, how quickly it will be coming up. Because if we talk about Bhutan, they lost the game against Japan, 312. They lost by 215 runs. That's massive. And against Indonesia, 9 wickets. The two big losses already. So when you're playing such kind of big events at this level of under 16, you should be giving some fight there, because Bhutan scored 97 all out in 37 overs against Japan, and against Indonesia they scored 127 with a loss of 9 in 50 overs. It was a good delivery, slight bit of Yorkland delivery, opening the blade, making it to play towards third man. He's having both hands on the ribs. Krishere. His face is telling that he's somewhere in some sort of pain, maybe that heat, just making his face like that. When he's coming back, well, look at a face that he's just been walking off, and then you see that both hands on the ribs there. Maybe sometimes, and these are the actions or habits of the players. But, as he's putting his both hands on the ribs, his face is changed. Maybe the difference is there in normal circumstances. Good delivery. Leaving it towards offside. 14 overs been bowled. 22 for 5. Good delivery. Just bringing him forward. Well, both Tenzin and Palden Lode sometimes reminds that the brothers Stiva, Markwa, Fair brothers. Bringing him forward, and the height, that reminds me of Sachin Tendulkar, the master blaster, the millions dreams. I must say that what a blaster he was, though that he's alive but just retired from the cricket. Well, the cricket has produced the beauties, the legends of cricket. Sachin Tendulkar, the Rahul Dravid, Wasim Akram, Bakar Yunus, Shane Warne, Muralidharan. Well, these are the legends of cricket. Open books. And there you go, clean him up. Through the gates. Wicket number 6. The bails are taken off in no time. And he was stopping, continuously stopping towards offside. You can clearly see that there was a bit of the gap, bat and pads. There you see, and the ball has gone just through from that defense. So another loss for Bhutan. Well, wickets kept falling. It is not a big partnership that Bhutan has put on in this game today against Singapore. Singapore out of their 3 games already they have played. A victory in their pocket, 2 losses. Slightly towards offside, just pushing it forward. 1 delivery to go. 2 slips there. I must say, like 1 slip and a gully. Fly to delivery. I think so. There was an edge. But lucky enough, that ball didn't carry to the wicketkeeper or slip cordon. So 15 overs gone. It's 22 for 6.
Well, Bhutan losing their way. 6 down. The scoreboard not going anywhere anytime soon. Yuvan Pandey because of 2 for 1 from his 3. Sanjay Dorji and Tenzin at the moment out in the middle. Just squeezes that one through the offside. He'll pick up a single. Krish Ray, he's had a good day with the ball. 2 for 6 for him. He's into his 5th over. Singapore are definitely looking to wrap things up here early. Play in a miss. And that slip fielder is a little wide, a little too wide for my liking. That's because Singapore and Ray are bowling towards the tail end of the Bhutan batting lineup and they push slightly harder at the ball. And just coming in a step here, closer to the keeper. We haven't seen some extravagant stroke play from the Bhutan batters. Looking to just nudge the ball around, which would suggest this edge would carry a lot finer. If they were playing some expansive shots, it will go a bit wider. Looking for that block hole. Going too far down the pads. Well, we did say that this is the challenge that Singapore have got to take on. It is trying to dismiss batters who are not trying to score. Their only intention is to survive and survive as long as they can. As bowlers, you've got to come up with a plan to try and dismiss batters. Still getting some shape well into the 16th over. So, Krish Ray bowling pretty well at the moment, 2 for 7. He's got the variations, that's for sure. He can get the ball to swing away and he can get the ball to nip back in. Can he get his direction? That's the question. Hands on hips suggests he's getting a bit tired. He's into his 5th over here. This is some lovely shape here from Ray. Sanjay Dorji. Happy to leave it alone, playing inside the line. Well, 16 overs gone, 24 for 6. Quite a dismal batting performance from Bhutan. Got to admire their effort to try and stay defiant up against very strong Singaporean side. Oh, this is well, deliberately played between keeper and slip, and he'll pick up a boundary. Oh, hands on heads for a few Singaporean fielders and players. Very fine gap between keeper and first slip, and he's found it. I have to say, for all intended purposes, that was very intentional. He's coming nice and tight now, has Rian. This time off the inside half of the bat. Even Pandey is getting the ball to turn quite nicely. Well, not Carrick going over first slip on that occasion. Singapore, they're hunting for their 7th wicket. Bhutan refusing to give it to them. Watchfully played. 17 overs have been bowled. As drinks will be had. The run rate for Bhutan of 1.65. So clearly not looking to chase down this target. To bat out the overs, get some centre wicket batting practice and experience. And no doubt they will enjoy the experience. But for now, we'll take a short break and come back to you with the rest of this run chase. So at the end of 17 overs, this run chase coming to a standstill, 28 for 6. Bhutan have all but given up the run chase, but they're continuing to fight in their own way, showing great degree of defiance up against the Singaporean bowling attack. They've opted to go along the route where they're going to look to keep Singapore out there for as long as they possibly can. Tenzin and Sange, fair to say for them that they are part of this Bhutan side, predominantly for their abilities with the ball. At the moment, they've been out there for quite some time. 4 fielders around the bat here. Singapore continue to pile on the pressure. Sange and Tenzin, and they continue to block these deliveries. Elvin Thomas brought into the attack for his first over. Well, credit to the Bhutan batters, Sange and Tenzin. They've managed to hold on to their respective ends. And quite happy to continue to present the full face of the bat in defence. Maiden over for Elvin Thomas. 18 overs gone, 28 for 6. Pandey will continue. So will the defensive display from Bhutan. Quite comfortable facing up against spin. Sending this ball into the leg side. Maybe Singapore need to go back to their paces. Try something different. Perhaps even go to a Mark Wood kind of spell. You're challenging the batters, making them do something different. Ooh, first signs of aggression from Tenzin. There's a big swipe across to the leg side, misses it entirely. This time, just hanging the bat out there. You can see that they have the natural tendency to want to hit the ball, curbing it. And this time tries to present the full face of the bat in defense. Goes under the bat and cleans up the off peg. Tenzin's vigil, 6 of 16, comes to an end. Pandey flighting one full outside the off stump. And it just gets under the bat and has enough turn to clip the bails. Wicket number 7 for Bhutan. Even Pandey's picked up 3 for 5. Can he get to a 5 for here? 3 wickets to go. He needs 2 more for that. had quite a few centuries, a hat trick, and a fifer already. It's Abhimanyu from Hong Kong who's picked up that fifer and a hat trick in the same game. So, great contest between bat and ball. He had 148 in the first innings by a single batter. That ends the 19th over, 28 for 7. Alvin Thomas, with his right arm off spin, will be bowling his second. Again, Yoza yet to get off the mark. Just too wide for the number 8, or number 9 rather. Doesn't get the ball to turn as much as Alvin Thomas, so he can afford to go and pitch the ball a bit more straighter. Got a leg slip in place. Again, very happy to just leave these balls alone. Oh, you've got to admire the grit from the batters of Bhutan. Not much has gone their way, so they're trying to fight in the best way that they know how. Looking to drive this one. Misses it entirely. Alvin Thomas bowls his second. 20 overs gone, 29 for 7.
Well, Singapore required here 3 good deliveries to wrap up the things quickly, because up in the sky, the clouds, they are getting more thicker, darker. Oh, just through the slits. Not enough luck this time. And the ball has gone through to the boundary for 4. They're just trying to drive through the covers, took the leading edge, and both slip cordons, they were not ready. They were not on their knees to grab that ball into the hands. So they have got a survival here. I must say that Sangay, 5 runs with that boundary, 15 deliveries. Pandey just having a good variations. And still the both slip cordons, they're talking with each other that it was your catch, and he was saying that maybe that you are a little late in reacting that shot. Good delivery. Keep it up towards offside. On the off stump, I must say, because that is the place. Slight bit of toss up, but I think so that out of 6 deliveries, 2 should be a bit more quicker. Good one. Keep that ball towards that place, because you're making the left-hander to drive through the covers. Just going through the time. KTJ Oval. It's a beautiful place. Lush green. The trees are covering the side areas. Good spin. Dot delivery to finish. The 21st over. It's 33 for 7. Still, they are operating with 2 slips in place. No, I think so that he should be pitching it almost on a middle stump, slight bit more fuller. Make the batter to play, because if he will be pitching it in front of the wickets, maybe that have got a slight bit of edge. Not here, not this place, because batter can easily see and leave that ball towards offside. Have to keep in line, come in line quickly, because this is the area where you can make a leg break or maybe a googly, a wrong one, deceive the batter with your arm, because you should be quick through the arm, through the ear. See that he can easily see that the ball is not coming back, so that's why he's leaving. Out of 3 deliveries, you may try a one wrong one here, because batter has thought that it will go another one the other way. See that? He had just played it away from the body towards offside. He was not covering that bat and pad gap. So this is the area for a good bowler that who is a good learner, that try to bring the ball back onto the stumps, because leg break has got the variations: leg break, top spin, slider, flipper, wrong one, googly, top spin. So easy, comfortably. We will surely talk about the cricket venues here at Malaysia. BHUTAN Oval, what a wonderful venue. Kilab, Kenrara Academy Oval, that was also the beauty. Dot delivery to finish. The 22nd over. It's 35 for 7. He's making him to come forward to play. And I think so that if you're not getting wickets with one pace, you may change the pace. Bring your pace bowlers. if you're not getting anything with a spin, because they have done like one slip and backward short leg. Still, they are not been able to get the wickets. So I think so. It's a good time. At 8 and 9 number batteries on crease, you may call that tailenders are not that good enough to play against the pace. So bring your pace battery back. Try to get quick wickets. The beauty of this venue. So we've got the lush green. Things have been perfectly paved. Outfield. Now it's down the leg side. Wicket keeper. The fielder couldn't stop it. Tossing it up, but the batter has got enough time. He can see the ball off towards offside because there is nothing in the surface where the ball can spin the ball away from left-hander. Go slight bit of more quicker. Yes, there you go. Slight bit of quicker. Surprise the batter. He's unlucky that couldn't get the wicket because that ball bounced a bit on the stumps or over the stumps. In two minds. I think so that he should try another quick delivery, Pandey. And there you go. They're appealing. Finger goes up high. And batter, he's asking, did I nick it? Did I nick? He's walking off. Have another look. Pandey goes a bit closer. And they were appealing for caught behind, I think so. And Pandey was quite aggressive, pumped up. And umpire has responded positively by raising his finger. So there is a blow of 8 wicket in 37 runs of Bhutan. Good delivery, just trying to go through. They appealed. I think so that he was appealing for caught behind again. But the bowler just getting away from the stumps at the very last moment. They were just hitting almost on the leg stump. You see, they were all coming in quite quickly. 2 more good deliveries for Singapore if they want to win this game today. And we'll get the second victory over the 4 games. While Bhutan, they will have to rethink about their plans, about their assets, and what we have done wrong today in this game. Too much extras, too many runs by the bowlers. slightly uppish. And Bhutan cricket team bowlers, they have given away too many runs today. So really have batted here, not been aggressive. Not anyone there in the double figures in this game today from Bhutan, which has not been a good call in terms of batting. Delivery keeping it towards offside. He's keeping that towards offside. I think so that he should bowl a bit of short length delivery in the body, like somewhere in the rib cage, so that it may allow the batter to play with a defensive way. The fielder who is standing nearby, like in a short leg, can come up slightly and wait for that catch that has been stopped and popped up by the batter. Slow delivery, just going back into the hands. I think so. It had just dropped in front of him, inches away. Otherwise, would have been another wicket. 24 overs gone. It's 39 for 8. Yeah, that's better line. I think so that the two fielders in a catching position towards onside. That's another positive move by the skipper of Singapore. Edged and taken into the slip cordon. Just trying to drive through the covers. Could only get the leading edge and into the hands of the slip because he was all set ready. The slip cordon. And there you see he was signaling him just to keep it towards offside. And there you see he drives and rest of the things that slip cordon fielder has got. So Yuan Pandey, I think so that this is his 5th wicket. If I'm not wrong, the fifer, just in 11 runs, 7.2 overs. Let's see that if they can catch another one here. Can wrap up. Yes, you can see that Pandey, who has got 5 wickets in 11 runs, 7.2 overs. It's Bhutan 39 for 9. One more good delivery, and Singapore can wrap up the thing. So let's see if we can bring it back to the wickets. No, it's slightly away. 5 wickets already for Pandey. Excellent bowling. He's a tall bowler. We normally used to see that pacers are the tall bowlers, but here, a spinner. In fact, these Singapore cricket team, they have got tall players, well built. So that there is need of time to improve the muscles. Go to the gym. Or down the leg side. Not being enough pace to carry to the fielder. Good one. He's going through the overs quickly. I think he should try slight bit of quick delivery. The last one of this over can try quick through the air. Slight bit quick, but off target. Top delivery to finish. Just one more wicket needed here. Singapore at 40 for 9 in 25.
Well, halfway stage here in this run chase with the overs. Singapore needing just one more wicket to seal the win over Bhutan. And they'll temporarily go to top of the table in Group A. And they managed to do that with 6 points. Nepal still have 2 games in hand. Singapore losing the one game to Nepal have looked very strong, as they always do. Defending champions of the ACC Men's Under 16 East Zone Cup from 2023. Kavish Megadraman brought back with the hopes that he can nail one in the block hole. Keep it full and straight. Oh, chance for a run out at the non-striker's end. And, well, in the end, we'll get there safe. Will be a leg by. But Singapore have been brilliant in the group stages. It will come down to that game that they played against Japan before this one. Most likely see them secure that second spot. And should Nepal somehow manage to lose one of their games, it'll come down to run rate. That's a highly unlikely probability. But, Singapore will celebrate this win because it will ensure that they get through to the semis, and then they'll take on number 1 spot from Group B. Hong Kong, China, and Malaysia and Thailand, all on 4 points each. But Hong Kong just about wrapping things up. Hong Kong, China, just about wrapping things up there at the other ground over Thailand. So Malaysia and Hong Kong will be contesting for that first and second place. Thailand will have to beat Malaysia in the last game. This is full and straight. I would have expected a much more convincing appeal from Kapish Venkatraman. That was very good delivery. Top 2 teams from Group A just about sorted. Japan can. They still have an outside chance. But, almost unrealistic because Nepal will have to lose both of their games. Singapore, they bowled 26 overs against Bhutan. They've lost 9 wickets with the score on 41. Well, Pandey has been excellent with the ball. He'll be continuing, trying to wrap things up here. Equation for Bhutan, 234 runs. In a different galaxy. as they edge one away, run hard, come back for two, and still have a game in hand. They'll want to try and at least pick up a win in the East Zone Cup. They look good with the ball. Standout performers. Kinley Shearing immediately comes to mind. Young Peldon, the middle order bat. This batting lineup. And a few other players who've impressed. Overall, quite distance away from some of these other top ranked teams. No doubt they will learn quite a bit from this exposure and this experience. What it takes to compete, what it takes to score against top class bowling. Change of angles. Optimistic appeal from Pandey. He's picked up his five as well. 5 for 14. Delivery to go on his ninth. Can he make it 6? Ogyan Yosa confidently blocks that one out. Keeps Yuvan Pandey waiting. 27 overs gone, 43 for 9. Slip in place. Catching mid wicket, catching extra cover. Kapish with the ball. Goes full. Goes straight. And that one almost ricocheting back onto the stumps. The batter had no clue where the ball was. Did well to dig it out in the first instance. That ball continued to travel towards the stumps, and Singapore 1 wicket away. They've come good in this tournament. They lost to Nepal, but since then they've come back well. Looking for that in swinger. More of a slower delivery there on that occasion. Looked like the leg cutter. Back to the performances from Singapore. The skipper leading from the front in a crunch game against a pretty good bowling attack from Japan. Pivotal in that run chase. 80 odd for him. As Singapore secured an invaluable 2 points. Which sees them now firmly securing that second spot after this win. They can pick up the last batter from Bhutan. They'll go temporarily to the top of the table with 6 points. And reminding our viewers that Nepal, who are also in Group A, have 2 more games to go. Searching for his first wicket here today. Goes back over length. Jigme Rangrel. This is quite admirable from the batters. You can take a look at the batting card at the website of the Asian Cricket Council. A lot of these batters Have been out there for quite some time. Looking to flick that one. Oh, 1 wicket to go. 28 overs gone. 43 for 9. Bhutan. Pandey, who's etched his name in the record books with a fifer, looking to pick up his sixth in his last over. 5 more deliveries he's got. Tempting him with the 1 wide and full. Again, 4 of 28 deliveries. Well, that's a full toss. Straight to the fielder. Very good looking defense here from Ugyen user. Even Pandey has got 2 more deliveries in his spell. Been a good spell, 5 for 14 from him. Once again, solid in defense is Ugyen. Even Pandey is scratching his head, thinking, what have I got to do here? And he sees out Yuvan Pandey. 10 overs, 5 for 14. Brilliant spell of spin bowling. Earlier on in the morning, saw some phenomenal batting from Singapore by one person in particular. The opening batter from Singapore, Ahan Utandam, 148. So quite an exceptional knock. Peppered the boundary rope with a lot of boundaries, few maximums in there as well. Vidansh Gupta tries to wrap things up here. Swing and a miss. It's the one slip in place. So we said quite early on that Singapore will have one challenge, and that will be to try and dismiss these batters who have shown a lot of solidarity, trying to just play out and keep Singapore out there for as long as possible. Looking to play that into the leg side. As a fast bowler, when you're bowling to a tail that is looking just to survive, you've got to set them up, especially in the slightly longer format. That's good there. Well, Singapore just looking at each other, trying to figure out what is it that we've got to do here to pick up this last wicket. And Bhutan, in the form of Jigme Rangdrel and Ugyen Yoza, have mildly inconvenienced Singapore. It's taken them 30 overs. We're in the 30th over here. Nayak, the skipper from Singapore, hasn't had much to do here, but his team are doing really well. His changes with the bowling, his placements with the field have been excellent. Singapore as a whole have executed their plans to perfection. However, here, struggling a little bit to pick up the last wicket. It's a bump ball if you're getting excited. 2 for 7, one delivery to go in his sixth. Good bit of fast bowling from Vedansh Gupta. He's been amongst the wickets for Singapore. More often than not, delivered with the new ball. Did the same here today. Oh, that is a very good Yorker. Jigme does well. Oh, it's good to see both sets of players with smiles on their face. The under 16 level can get quite competitive. Contest of opposing halves here. Singapore have easily been the stronger of the two sides. We talked about both these teams and the journey, both in very different phases. Although Singapore going through their own phase of structural adjustments in terms of kinds of players that they're building for the future, taking a huge investment towards the youth. And here, all that investment coming good as Singapore should get to the semi-finals, will get to the semi-finals, but looking to pick up the last wicket here. Just couple down the legs here. And again, we'll go back to the senior men's tournament where Singapore fielded a fairly young side. I believe the average age was roughly about 18. Just a couple of youngsters. Beg your pardon. Just a couple of senior players, Manpreet Singh, and who led them very well in that tournament. Gave the youngsters a lot of opportunity, a lot of encouragement. And it's coming good here. The Singapore Cricket Association starting to see a return on that investment. Young lads are one wicket away, going to the top of the table in Group A. No ball signaled. Overstepping there is young Ray. A very strong name there, Kushay Ray. Goes again down the leg side, just struggling with this angle around the wicket. Just as we say that, it goes over the wicket. 2 for 9 from his 5.1 overs. It's been a good day for Singapore. Well, Bhutan, they've entered this tournament. Ooh, looking to swing it through the leg side. Entered this tournament with a lot less experience in their squad, in their team. But they've shown a lot of promise, the potential for the future, the way they've handled themselves, their catching in particular. especially this game. We've seen a few sides struggle with the catching. But Bhutan have been excellent here today. However, there is no substitute for game time. There is no better teacher than the game itself. These youngsters from Bhutan are getting a lot of experience and they will be good for it in the years to come. Seen a lot of character, a lot of grit shown by the youngsters from Bhutan. I'll go back to the bowling. Kinley Shering bowling off spin with the new ball has been economical throughout the tournament, throughout the 3 games that he's bowled, been amongst the wickets. Unfortunately for him, he's not been able to have a partnership in the bowling as the overs from the other end have leaked runs. But he's been pick of the bowlers for me from Bhutan. With the bat, I've been thoroughly impressed with Peldon. And yeah, just the fielding from Bhutan has been excellent. So lots of positives for them to take away as they go into the last game of the ACC Men's Under-16 East Zone Cup, which will be coming up in the next couple of days. I'd like to see them be a little bit more positive, a little bit more aggressive. So far, 31 overs gone, 9 for 47.
Come on, boys. One more delivery for Singapore. And you will be going into the semis of this ACC Men's Under-16 East Zone Cup, Malaysia 2025. But there is a good fight, good resistance here, I must say, like from Bhutan cricket team. The way that they have just gone through the 32nd over. Chasing down the target. But they could only score like 48 in 32nd over. 275 was the task. I think so that lots of times the analysts and the cricket gurus, they've been telling these youngsters and to the players that whatever is the situation, you have to play your natural cricket. If you're a hard hitter, if you are a medium pacer, if you're a pacer, if you're a spinner, if you're a top order bat, you have to perform your role. Because if you go against the nature, that will surely disturb you. See that we have got the last wicket. And I think so far, Singapore bowlers, they have done each and everything to get the wicket, which indicates that this pair in particular, like 41 and 21 deliveries, that both of these two, they have respectively played. So that is really a big call, like at least 10 overs they have putting on there on the crease. Scott just top edge towards offside and into the hands. So that you go. They have wrapped up the things here. And Singapore cricket team has done it here in 31.4 overs, in fact. And that they have got the whole Bhutan cricket team out as in 31.3 overs. Well played, Singapore cricket team. And there you see the scorecard held here. If you talk about Singapore, as we have just got 148 runs on He's just been making a perfect cameo, and maybe you can call that start in 114 deliveries. I think so that he was really the pick of the batter. I must say that the way he started the inning and done the trick for the side, that was an excellent thing. I think so that he has laid that foundation, in fact, on 148 and 114 deliveries. Then at the bottom line, look at the reply of Bhutan. There is nothing to talk about in positive, but they spent last 10 overs on the crease and replied 48 runs. And you see that Singapore cricket team has won this game and restricted Bhutan under 48 runs. This is really a massive victory. 227 runs, in fact, to be precise. This is where we call that the action has been closed, but don't go anywhere. Presentation ceremony will be in a short while.
box is there. All the best. Well batted. Well batted. Well batted. Right. Later interview for again.
Interview?
Oh no, later interview.